Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grilling JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross. Jim, how are you, man?
I'm good, Conrad. Good to see you this morning. You're bright and chipper. Your JR shirt on. Was that the only one that was clean?
I wore it just for you. It made me think of your chocolate cake.
You got how many black t-shirts you think we both have combined?
Well, like any good wrestling fan, I feel like we probably got at least 20, right?
Yeah.
Various designs and whatnot.
Yeah. It's a black t-shirt day every day. It seems like at a wrestling event. Black is the thing. Those things are good here. I'm in Jacksonville and back in Jacksonville. So life is good. Life on the road is what it is, man. It's just part of the culture of what we do. And so I think everybody's kind of getting back into the swing of things.
Yep.
You know, it's interesting. You know, you take a lot of things for granted in our life in general, but the young guys, a lot of our young guys, have never traveled like this.
Right.
You know, they got spoiled all those weeks in Daly's place in Jacksonville, so consequently, they're just kind of getting the flow now, going into the various cities. And as I understand it, we're on the road every week until December. I think we might be back in Jacksonville somewhere in December, somewhere toward the end of the month. So and that's always a good time because Tony Khan throws a good party.
Oh yeah.
New Year's Eve party. You should come this time. I can get you in. I know people.
Listen, I hear that that's becoming one of the AEW traditions. You know, they want to do a Vegas Memorial Day, and they want to do a Chicago Labor Day, Thanksgiving in Chicago, and now it looks like Jacksonville for New Year's. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, that hasn't been confirmed for Jacksonville, but it looks like it's going that direction. So, but it shows that things are coming together. It shows that things are there's a plan, and it shows that there's some sort of symmetry with these schedules, like you mentioned, around these holidays. And a lot of people don't realize that Tony Khan, you know, looks at Chicago kind of like a second home. He's got a home there, as a matter of fact. So it'll be fun to hang. The interesting thing about it is I got to figure out Thanksgiving, unless I meet the girl of my dreams in Chicago, which is somewhat of a long shot at this moment. I think, you know, what do you do that we do TV on Wednesday and the next day is Thanksgiving.
Right.
So what those of us that don't, you know, what do we do? So that's always interesting. I spent one year, the succeeding, like maybe 3 days in Chicago. So there's options, to say the least, but it should be fun. I enjoy the traveling aspect, you know, with not being alone at home, doing my best Macaulay Culkin impersonation. I would say there's plenty of options. So we'll figure out how it works. But anyway, life is good. Life is good. You know, we've had a tumultuous last few weeks with all these deaths that we've encountered, unfortunately, and our recording schedule has not been friendly to those because we're missing them because we'd already recorded a show and so forth. You know it better than me, but I was just shocked at the succession of deaths, and now, you know, it's like you and I, me maybe more than you because of my tenure. You know, these guys are passing away that I was close to and had influence. You know, when Joe Hamilton, I said this on social on Twitter, I think it was. Joe Hamilton and his partner Tom Ernesto, the assassins, the masked assassins, they did a traveling program where they would wrestle the Kentuckians. They'd go to the territory, one would come in just a little bit before the other. They'd renew their rivalry. They'd shoot their big TV angle, and off they would go. And it worked. It really truly worked. And I can tell you that the promos that Joe did on TV, on local TV, for those events were absolutely frightening for a kid that was 62. I was 10. And it just stayed with me forever. 69 now, and I still remember those promos. I still remember his demeanor. He wasn't a yelling and screaming heel, so that when he did raise his voice or his intensity level, it was very, very significant. But Joe Hamilton was a real PhD. He had it all. Yeah, big man, 300 pounds that could move around, great psychology, and so he was a big influence on my career. And I didn't know Burt Prentice well. I met Burt with Jerry Lawler several times. He was closer to Lawler than anybody I know because he did a lot of booking with Lawler. But I didn't know Burt very well. But my condolences to his friends and family, certainly. And then we had, who else we have?
Unfortunately,
Oh, Bobby. Oh God. Oh, God. I think I have a hard time recalling that off the top of my head because I don't want to.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm not analyzing myself psychologically, but golly, man, it's just he was such a wonderful human being, and he kind of put Huntsville on the map there, Conrad, a little bit because
Oh yeah,
he was always from Huntsville, Alabama. So I love Bobby, I really did. I don't know anybody that didn't love Bobby, quite frankly. I heard a piece on Jim Cornette put out on Twitter, and obviously he was very emotional.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. They've been best friends for
40 years.
Yeah. And I would suggest, I might be wrong, that Corny was probably closer to Bobby than Corny was to family members. He and Bobby and Dennis, he and Bobby and Stan were on the road together, holidays, birthdays, anniversaries, all those things that your wrestlers talk about. So it's a terrible loss, and I feel so bad for Bill Dundee and his family. They lost their daughter and their son-in-law in a matter of weeks, and they got Bobby and Donna had 3 kids, so nobody's talking about those kids and what the impact this had on them. So it's really a shame. But Conrad, comes time for all of us. I've said many times, our tomorrows aren't guaranteed. And this is a great example of exactly how true that statement is.
It's a shame to see, especially in the Eaton case. I mean, golly, those that family just lost Bobby's wife Donna just, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks prior to Bobby passing. But man, Bobby's had some rough health over the last several years, and if there is one good thing to come from all this, he's no longer in pain. He's finally at peace, and he's probably making heaven look good right now too.
Yeah, no doubt. The Alabama Jam lives in heaven, no doubt. I don't know. I think that if there's any good that comes out of this crazy stuff, it's the fact that most wrestlers and companies that are in an organization has some sort of element in it to address health issues.
Yeah.
It's as simple sometimes as taking a blood test. And I think sometimes, and a lot of us, I know the older I get, the more reluctant I am to go to the doctor. And I've got friends that are just the opposite. They want to know everything. And, my mom and dad both died at 64. So I've outlived them 5 years. So I think about that. Your own mortality, you start thinking about the older you get, and you can't help it. It's going to happen. It's a matter of how you handle it and how you process it. But I'm happy the fact that the major wrestling companies have a component now where they can take care of their talent much better. And it starts as just simply a blood test. I've always suggested that, the blood test is going to tell you a lot of things you need to know about your health, your, cholesterol, et cetera, et cetera. So, and then I think they should take a test for sleep apnea. How many wrestlers do you think have undiagnosed sleep apnea?
A lot.
Yeah. And it's eventually going to kill them. That's the end game. It eventually catches up with your ass and it will kill you because your heart just finally taps. So I know when I was at WWE, we started testing guys for sleep apnea and found a bunch of them that were suffering. and they didn't even know it. So I think that that's something that's better for the boys and the girls is health care. But it should have been that way and in place years and years ago. But you avoid all those things to save a couple of bucks. You know, it's all about the money, man. Why do you think WWE started to not legislate, want their product legislated by an athletic commission? Because, you know, they're not a sport, they're a performance art. But still, you look at, you know, I'm thinking if you have a key player, Conrad, on Broadway, for example, then you're going to make sure that that person's covered insurance wise, key man insurance, whatever it may be.
Sure.
You have a key man policy?
Yes, we do.
See, that's important. It's really important, I think, because you're the straw that stirs the drink, and without Conrad, you know, we're all kind of hobbled.
I'll listen to you.
Well, I'm serious. You know, you created this monster, and so now, and then you get charged of making it better, because we all want to make more money. You want to make more money. We all do. That's just the nature of our beast. That's why we're good at what we do. We're motivated. So, in any event, it's been a sad couple of weeks with these passings, and hopefully they say they come in threes and all that stuff. I just do not want to be included in the next group of three. You know, I'd just rather
it's good
right here, talk to you, you know, hang in there. So, but anyway, we should have, I'm glad that we got a chance to at least say something about those guys. And again, the only reason, folks, we weren't disrespecting them. We were simply timing when we were recording. Some of them, those guys had not, obviously none of those guys had passed.
No.
So now we're just catching up, and I'm glad that we got a chance to do that top of the show, and then we'll brighten it up here as we go through this broadcast. What is, we're doing SummerSlam 1996, Conrad.
That's right.
In a thumbnail sketch for those that are watching and listening to us, what is your main takeaway as to why we're doing SummerSlam 96?
Well, the business is really taken off in 96. You know, we're a couple of months into the Austin 316 era. Bret Hart is about to come back. This is really Vader's first headline pay-per-view with the WWF. It's supposed to be the first of three major pay-per-view matches against Shawn Michaels. The Clique has split up. The NWO's on the other channel. Hulk Hogan has turned heel, and the business has had a real shot in the arm. All of a sudden, more folks are watching wrestling than they have in a long time. And the buzz is about the NWO. And now, for the first time, it feels like the WWF is trying to play catch up. And a lot of people have said that Vince did his best, and the company did their best work when they were sort of with their backs against the wall. They were on their heels. So we're going to break down all the comings and goings and happenings here in the summer of 96. And it's an interesting show to take a look at, because you have the context of, on the other channel, they're doing that outdoor pay-per-view Hog Wild, and they're going to have the NWO and Hulk Hogan win the world title, spray paint NWO on it. And man, they're off to the races with some really creative storytelling for about the next 18 months. So it's a challenging time where we get to see Vince sort of competing from a defensive position. And I think that's unique and worth a deep dive, if you will.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It was a key time of change and evolution, quite frankly. So, you know, going over our script today, I looked at some the names that dot that script that are involved in this event in one form or the other, either from the other side or inside, whatever it may be, is very impressive. And there's some that we had faith in that didn't make it, which we'll talk about.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. So, in any event, it was good. It's going to be a good show, and because it does talk about a lot of pertinent history, I think.
It's interesting to me too, to think about the idea that, you know, originally the Ultimate Warrior was supposed to be on this show. And of course we know that relationship came to an end, but Sid is going to step in, international incident, which we just broke down. But the idea that that's how it was supposed to go and it doesn't really happen, it makes you wonder, hey, what would that have looked like? So let's jump into it. as you mentioned, it's the 25th anniversary today, August 19th, 1996, the Gund Arena in Cleveland. Cleveland was a WWF town. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
What,
No doubt. No doubt.
what was your go-to in Cleveland? Did you have a Cleveland routine? Like you've told us before, when we're in Indianapolis, I like to go to this steakhouse. And when we're in Chicago, I like to go to that steakhouse. Did you have
Yeah.
a routine in Cleveland?
I can't remember. I oftentimes in Cleveland, especially, hung out with Lawler because that was kind of his town.
Yeah.
Lawler grew up in Berea and a suburb of Cleveland. Of course, he's a noted, well noted
Long suffering. Yeah.
Yeah, long suffering. And the baseball team can't even figure out what their name's going to be. Seemingly, the Cleveland Guardians just don't pop doesn't pop it for me.
No, I agree.
I don't get that. But anyhow, I'm sure they'll work it out. It's an example of, see, I'm a Native American, and I never looked at the Cleveland Indians as being offensive. Now I might be looking at it wrong, and if I on further review, I might say, "Oh, okay, I get your point. I get it." But I'm still not convinced, Conrad, that name needed to be changed. But anyhow, it's like the Redskins. Redskins is a little different deal. It's more slanderous within the framework of the Native American family. So, but anyhow, nowhere in Cleveland. Cleveland's always a good place, good site. We stayed downtown more often than not. So it's somewhat limited to where you're going to eat, but there's plenty of great places to eat in Cleveland. I always enjoy going there. And of course, you mentioned Indianapolis. That's St. Elmo's.
Yep.
And they have the greatest cocktail sauce in the world.
You say that every time. I love it.
I do. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. So, and that's the nice thing about traveling. You know, I always look at what can I do to make my travel better? Well, I can eat well. There's no sense in you know, eating bad food or you know, eating at a, you know, slop and chop or whatever it may be. You can always have a good meal. That always reminds me of Bret Hart. You know, Bret Hart was perpetually late for TVs. And I asked him one time, so what's the deal in the lateness? Because it didn't look good. You're the leader. And he said, I like to have a good meal before I go to work. So the good meal. So that's where the good meal with Bret was important. And he had to have a good meal. And that did not include catering. It was another meal, a meal outside, a good meal. So anyhow, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Cleveland, I like Cleveland though. I've never been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You? Nope,
have not. I've only been to Cleveland one time, I think.
Yeah, it's a nice town.
Yeah,
nice town. I always enjoyed going there, but nonetheless, we had a hell of a crowd that night in the big house. That was all. That was the front of mind awareness for all of us. We got a hell of a house here. Let's get after it.
Let's talk about some news and notes as we're talking about the WWF here in the summer of '96. We mentioned briefly we're coming off the International Incident pay-per-view that was the prior July. Sid is going to be the last-minute replacement for the Ultimate Warrior when that thing goes sideways. As a reminder, Shawn Michaels and Ahmed Johnson would be on his team to lose to Vader, Owen Hart, and Davey Boy Smith. That sets up this show when Vader pins Michaels. We also saw Taker and Mankind brawl after Taker was wrestling Goldust. That's going to set up our Boiler Room brawl. And Steve Austin would pin Mark Mero in a rematch from King of the Ring. And now we're sort of off to the races. The Monday Night Raw the very next night opens with a rather odd segment where Shawn and Ahmed are supposed to take on the tag champs, the Smoking Guns, but it winds up being a brawl, and the match is rescheduled for the main event later on. In all this, there's a birthday cake for Shawn Michaels, and it's the Fabulous Moolah's birthday being mentioned as well. But somehow, of course, the cake winds up in Sonny's face. I think that's like a law, right? In the bylaws of wrestling, if there is a cake on the program, it's going in someone's face.
Yeah. If there's a cake on the program, somebody's going to wear it.
Yes.
And we didn't cease to come through on that one. So yeah, I remember that actually. The cake in the face. A lot of things Sonny did was memorable.
Oh
She
yeah.
was new in her role. You know, she perfected a new role within the confines of booking. You know, you mentioned Moolah. That's the parallel. So the most prominent women in wrestling for years were Moolah and her girls, and then that changed when Mr. McMahon wanted athletic tens. Sonny, I don't know how athletic Sonny was. She was certainly a 10, but she learned so much with Cornette and Smoky Mountain and being around wrestling and being around Chris Candido, who was a lifelong fan, student of the game. So she had a little one up on some of those guys. And so anyway, that's kind of the parallel. It's an interesting parallel. That's where the business was going. The business was not traveling toward Moolah. It was traveling away from Moolah and to other women, much like Sonny and others. So and it wasn't about the wrestling, as you could tell. Now we had some good female wrestlers there that helped those athletic tens, but that just shows you kind of where we were and moving the business forward. It was a time for Sonny and not a time for Moolah.
The other thing happening on this show was we see Stone Cold Steve Austin at ringside for Mark Mero versus the Goon. And Austin's going to be on commentary, cutting promos on everyone. And talked about how the WWF once dressed someone up in red, white, and blue and put them on a bus driving away, kissing babies, and how the WWF should do that with him so we could whoop everyone's ass. So I loved Austin here getting a moment to really show what he could do.
Yep.
And this is something that you guys used to do quite a bit back in the day. You bring a wrestler over, you put him on commentary and allow him to do some character work for the audience at home. And Steve Austin, of course, is going to do this and make the most of it. And before you know it, he's the top guy in the business. So I'd say it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out very well. And the fact that Steve always took advantage of his opportunities. You know, you've heard me say here, probably ad nauseum for some, but you got to maximize your minutes. And Steve maximized his minutes. That's a phrase kind of made more popular for young athletes who finally get a chance to get on the field and do a real game. But I use it for wrestling because I think it's very applicable. But Austin always maximized his minutes and took advantage of every opportunity that he had. He never looked at any opportunity as less than. Austin never looked at any opportunity that was like, oh, this is not a big deal. You know, I'll do it, but you know, it's no big deal. Everything was a big deal to him. And that could be a blessing or a curse at times if you're trying to manage him or communicate with him. But yeah, he was ready to go. And I can tell you too, and I think Mark Merrill is one of the finest human beings I've ever known in the wrestling business. But he wasn't Steve Austin's favorite opponent. And I don't know exactly why. I never stopped to analyze or ask, because all you're going to get, you know, he didn't want to work with him. So whatever that reason is, probably can't be corrected by me or you. It's what Steve wanted to do. He didn't think he could have his best matches with Mark. And so whatever it was, but nonetheless, the Austin Merrill thing, you know, was not a match made in booking heaven for whatever reason.
What do you think of the idea of all these, I don't know, enhancement talent? Maybe that's the right word, but we see the Goon character. This is very much the era of occupational gimmicks. So you've got Bill Irwin here coming in, and we're going to make him a goon. So it's a hockey player ripoff, and he's got interesting looking wrestling boots that mimic skates. What'd you think of this creative?
Well, all it was enhanced to do was the guys that we brought in, like Bill Irwin, they weren't going to get over. They were not brought in to get over to be a main event guy. They were brought in to help some of the younger guys that were trying to develop and evolve, people in new roles. And that's kind of why those guys brought in, you know, Tracy Smothers was another one, you know, the toilet guy, Hopper, That was what they were there for. They were there to put on the card. We were doing house shows. They had a chance to go work out. They worked 10, 15 minutes at a house show with a greener talent. You can't get better working with people that are your skill set or less. It can't happen. It's not going to happen. So that's why those guys came in. They weren't brought in to be stars, but we wanted to give them some credence and some credibility because we knew that their wrestling skills were excellent.
Right.
And they were excellent. So that was the reason for that.
Speaking of these new gimmicks, the show ends with Ron Simmons debuting as Farouk Assad. He's going to jump Ahmed Johnson to start a feud with Ahmed, but of course gets hurt in the angle. And this is a talent that it felt like you guys had been after for a long time. And of course you'd worked with Ron for years prior to this. How excited were you to see Ron finally make his debut, and then frustrated when he's immediately injured?
Well, I was always a big Ron Simmons fan, and part of that is football.
Yeah.
The late Bobby Bowden, God rest his soul, who just passed away here recently, he was effusive on his praise of Ron Simmons. Barry Switzer, another pretty good football guy, said unless we can figure a way to block Ron Simmons in the Orange Bowl, two of them back to back, we can't win. That's how key a player Ron Simmons was to the Florida State program. He was all everything. And I just got along with him really well. He was straightforward. He's like most wrestlers. He didn't trust many people, and most wrestlers don't.
Right.
So I just always had a lot of respect for Ron, still do. So we were high on him. It's just head scratching that how some of these creative things came about. Ron's a black man, so he's got to have a new name. He's got to be, it's got to be changed to, Ahmad or Ahmed or whatever the hell.
Farouk Assad. What a weird name.
Whatever. So, and we went along, what do? You're an announcer. You go with what's on the paper.
Right.
So, yeah, but I'm glad we got Ronnie. He's a good hand. He's in the Hall of Fame. He says, and he was a rock, no doubt, not the rock. He was a rock firm, strong foundation piece. So I had a lot of time for Ron Simmons, still do.
And of course he's immediately in that angle with Ahmed. And as we said, Ahmed gets hurt, and Farouk's going to live to fight another day, and thankfully eventually drop that stupid blue helmet. Pat Patterson is a part of the agents and crew that come down to break up this skirmish with Ahmed and Farouk. And it's really the first time we'd seen Pat on TV in a while. Was Pat playing hokey pokey with the company at this point? I know he's had more retirements than Terry Funk.
I don't think so. I just think that, I think at one point Vince thought everybody that was on TV should be a character at some level.
I see.
And Pat was there to lay out matches and coach guys along. He was so instrumental in the careers of so many talents, especially Dwayne Johnson. So, but Pat was Shawn Michaels. Pat babysat, worked on his angles, worked on his matches. So, but Pat did a phenomenal job there. He was a key player, without question. And so then he started getting more involved, and of course, that evolved rather into Patterson and Briscoe becoming stooges,
right?
Which is a new term for a lot. It wasn't like Mo, Larry, and Curly, and Pat and Jerry. It was a wrestling stooge, so it was a little different. But yeah, Pat was instrumental. He was a big time player.
I think Bruce would have been a good stooge.
Oh yeah, he is now, right?
The gate of this show in Seattle is the largest ever for a Raw taping. This, of course, at the time, but $91,092. And I guess there's a misconception that the WWF was really struggling in 96, 97, but the gate numbers don't always reflect that. I think it's just the perception of fans at home because, well, WCW's creative is on fire with the NWO. And as a result, they're more often than not winning the ratings war. But the business of the WWF outside of the ratings comparison was not bad. Is that something that you would sort of beat the drum around the office, you know, sort of saying, hey guys, let's focus on our business, not necessarily what everyone else is doing?
I focused on what's next.
Yeah.
What's next? Uh, I saw a press conference one time from Nick Saban, and he's talking, getting questioned after a game press conference thing, and their next game was against Tennessee, and he kept saying, "We're on to Tennessee." Another question, "We're on to Tennessee," and they were talking about opponents down the road.
Yeah.
How are you gonna match up with Auburn? It looks like they're coming into their own. Blah blah blah. We're on to Tennessee.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I did. I just believe that we're on to Tennessee, and we're on to the next thing. And that's what you should be thinking about, is your performance and maximizing your minutes the next time you're booked on television. So that's kind of where I was. I think the boys probably had more dialogue about that than I did. I'll be honest with you, Conrad, I didn't have time to dwell on it.
Sure.
You're doing payroll. I'm booking the live, helping book the cards and live events. And at this point in time, I was working with JJ. JJ was still there, I think, in 96, right?
Yeah. I think he's going to wind up leaving in 96. I'm not exactly sure when, but I think by this point he might have been gone, but just barely.
Yeah,
And of course, we've talked about before that represented opportunity. And well, our old pal Bruce took a stab at it for a minute and then decided maybe talent relations was not exactly his bag, baby. I think he preferred creative instead.
he did. Yeah, he was better at it.
Yeah.
Bruce is really good at creative, and that was his passion. And paperwork and contracts and minutia, which was the perception of some, just wasn't his deal. And so when Vince saw that, I think Vince even foresaw that, because he created a new title for me, which I didn't ask for, but it came with a little bit more extra cheese in my Whopper, so I like that.
Oh yeah.
That always is a good motivator for anybody. But he found his niche, and as I understand his role now, he's kind of doing that. He's working a lot in creative and administration of that creative. So he's in a good spot now, I think, and does a good job. I was bullshit a while ago about him being a stooge.
Oh, we're all
stooges.
Of course.
So
Tony Schiavone's the biggest of them all. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the bill for SummerSlam. There's not a lot of Vader Shawn Michaels interaction. It's really built around Jim Cornette's promos. Do you think Vader was ready for Shawn Michaels and to headline a major WWF show, or is Cornette such a good speaker that, I mean, you just be foolish not to focus on him?
Oh yeah, Leon was ready. Vader was ready. There's no doubt. He's a veteran. He'd worked headline big cards primarily in Japan. Didn't have the great long-term run in America until he got with a WCW and with then WWE. But yeah, he was ready, as in ring ready. Absolutely. Leon could be a little rough around the edges because Leon was used to doing things the way he wanted to do them. Shawn Michaels is used to doing things he wanted to do. So you got a little butting of the heads there. And because Shawn was so connected politically with Vince, Shawn normally won out those debates, those arguments, those philosophical discussions, whatever it may be. But yeah, Leon, physically and mentally, Leon was ready for anybody, any match. I think we had a chance there to make this long-term monster heel that you could really get if you think back at it, Conrad, how good would it have been for a red hot Vader to be the champion, and he be the guy that anoints Austin?
Right.
Could have been interesting. Been a match I wanted to see, quite frankly, as a fan. So, but yeah, Leon was ready. Leon and Shawn both had issues getting along with people socially, and I don't know why those reasons are there. It's based on insecurity, based on paranoia, and Shawn was very independent and could be very contentious, quite frankly. But yeah, as far as Leon being ready for the match, hell yeah, absolutely.
Undertaker and Austin are going to main event the second Raw on the path to SummerSlam, and Austin gets the win by DQ when Mankind interferes. This, of course, is all to build up that Boiler Room Brawl. Who do you think deserves the credit for being the brains behind the brawl, if you will, to adding the Boiler Room concept to the slate at SummerSlam?
Well, I'm sure that Taker and Mick Foley both had a lot to do with creating that match, because something had to be created in that unique area that both talents would sign off on. So I would say, without knowing explicitly who, I would think it'd probably be a combination of Mick and Undertaker. And then Vince takes a germ of an idea that the talent seemed to like, and then he refines it, expands upon it. And I was very leery that Boiler Room Brawl was going to come off as good as it did because of the environment. You know, you're surrounded by steel and concrete. You're not trained to be a wrestler in this environment. But those guys have been two great pros and liking to work with each other. I thought pulled it off famously.
Let's talk about Brian Pillman. He's going to debut a new Time Bomb segment. This is a more modern version of the old Piper's Pit, but it doesn't last very long. Was it the inability to really get Pillman to stay on point, or is it because Pillman needed additional surgeries and couldn't keep going? Or was it all just designed to be blown off with this Steve Austin ankle in the chair thing, as best you recall?
It's hard to me to remember that. Certainly Brian his interview segments I thought were entertaining.
Yeah.
They were unpredictable. And that may have been scary at some point in time, especially doing live television. Because, he didn't know what was going to motivate Brian and what he was going to say and so forth. But I don't know if there was really a long-term plan there. We were always dealing with Brian's injuries and his health. And that makes you have not the peaceful, easy feeling that my band, the Eagles, would sing about. You just didn't know.
Right.
I think that's kind of where we were there, to take it small steps at a time. But Brian was certainly going to be utilized to get Austin over. And they had great natural chemistry. There's a story there. There's a backstory there. They liked each other. They liked to work together. So in a lot of ways, it made perfect sense.
We got Crush, Brian Adams here. He's going to return as part of Clarence Mason's stable of soon-to-be wrestlers that really never takes off. What was it about Adams that made the company take another chance on him after his steroid and drug convictions years prior? Is it his relationship with Taker or Vince, or what was it?
Well, Vince and Taker both really liked Brian. And but let's not forget, Brian was what Vince looked for.
Yeah.
He was 6'5", 6'6", a lean 280, 300, very athletic. I think Brian's issue was that even though he had that massive frame, he didn't have a V8 brain. V8 meaning he wasn't a 4-cylinder. He might have been a 4-cylinder as far as passion is concerned, but he relied so much on his size and his athleticism, and we couldn't figure out how to push him. Bruce is friends with him too. We didn't find the combination to get him to get to the next level, and that was frustrating at times because he had everything that you would need. He just didn't have the motivation to get to that level. I'm sure Taker had plenty of talks with him. They were good buddies. They traveled together, et cetera, et cetera. So that Brian's going to get the extra look simply because Taker liked him. And if Taker liked you, that means you get a match with him, or 2 or 10, whatever it may be. So that was Brian's issue. I just never didn't know what the formula was to unlock his motivational brain to get him to be. Because I've seen in spurts where he was jaw-droppingly good, but there's just no consistency.
We've got talk of the Iron Sheik coming back as a manager, and we do see him make some appearances here and there with the Sultan. Is the Iron Sheik just somebody that Vince had a soft spot for?
Maybe, maybe I could see that being an accurate answer. But you know, anytime Cosgrove was on TV, he got heat. It's still that old anti-American thing. It still sells tickets this very day if you wanted to play that card. But Sheik was a lovable character. Like everybody, he's funny, and he was getting another chance to make some paydays. And so I think that's what that was. But he was a natural heat getter, and we needed that. We need people making an emotional investment to see Cosgrove get beat up, which is a great mark of any wonderful heel. So I think it had a little bit of a nostalgia feel to it. Give the guy a second chance. And Patterson had a lot to do with those type things, because being one of the boys and wrestling had an amazing career. Pat did, and so he would go out of his way to find spots where guys would fit in a perfect world. So I kind of think it had a lot of sentimental attachment to it because Cosgrove was very well liked. People liked being around him, and he was fun. And you know, he needed a break. I think he had lost a daughter somewhere along there, you know. And so, but he was a good dude. I still think the world of Cosgrove. I first met Cosgrove in my little department store in Westville, Oklahoma. He was alongside Danny Hodge, and it's like standing next to Secretariat and some other famous horse you could think of. And he weighed about $190, lean, just chiseled. And he traveled with Hodge. And of course, they never got accosted by fans because the fans would have been killed. But I always liked Cosgrove. Goes all the way back to the 70s.
Let's talk about another guy coming in. Kevin Kelly is going to debut on TV, and I think he's primarily working with you. What about Kevin made him successful early on? It feels like he just took to this like a duck to water or fish to water, as they say.
I think Billy Gunn was a guy that kind of he was friends with Kevin in Florida. I think that Kevin had nice preparation for the job in his previous works, but he was a student of the game. He was like you and me, he was a fan forever, and always loved the business and wanted to be a part of it somehow. Yeah. Knowing as I knew, and I know now that I'm not ever going to be in the ring as a performer. I was a few times, but it wasn't by my own means. Just the way it worked out. But Kevin was prepared. He was passionate. I enjoyed working with him. He took coaching well. I know he got off the wrong foot when he wanted Kevin Foote's his real name, no pun intended. I remember he had an issue with how his TV name was going to be spelled. And I don't remember the exact details. It's one of the two things. It's either he wanted his name spelled Kelley or Kelly, one of the two. And he went all the way to Kevin Dunn on that deal. And I told him, I said, that's the wrong hill to die on. What the hell do you care about how they spell your fucking last name? You know, don't cause any consternation over something like that. Don't ever give, I tell guys this all the time. Don't give any company a reason to not want to work with you. And what you're doing right now is giving them a reason, if you ever stub your toe, to not want to work with you. But Kevin was so good for the job, and he worked hard, and he was very prepared always, just like he is now with his New Japan stuff. You know, so I'm always been a big fan of Kevin's. We did some work since then, obviously. I think we did a New Japan show or something. But I enjoyed working with Kevin. Thought he did a good job. He wasn't a heel. He wasn't a Lawler. He wasn't a Heyman. He wasn't a Heenan. He was different. And if he had, I think the plan was eventually just to have him do a show, whether it be SmackDown or the second hour of Raw or whatever. Hell, I don't know. But he had a shot there, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out. But he's a good hand, no doubt about it.
We should mention Mark Henry is also announced in this era as being signed to a 10-year multi-million-dollar agreement with the WWF. Man, what was it about Mark Henry that Vince McMahon felt was so bankable here? Is it just the idea that he had the athleticism that at 400 pounds or whatever he could dunk a basketball, or did he really feel like, hey, this is our chance to finally have a Olympic gold medalist on the roster? What did he see in Mark to offer such a big long-term deal?
Well, I think all those things played into it. You know, I saw Mark dunk the basketball at the NBA All-Star game. I think it was in Arizona. I might be wrong on that one, but he was at that size, could dunk a basketball was pretty damn impressive. Showed great athleticism, and for a guy that was, as you said, 400 pounds, somewhere thereabouts. The fact that Mark was African American didn't help hurt anything. We want to become more diversified. So you got an athletic, supremely athletic African American that we felt like over the long haul was going to be a great investment. We never stopped thinking that. It was challenged from time to time, but we got him the right coach. It's a matter of getting the right coaches, right teachers. And I know we sent him to Calgary. He worked out with Leo Burke and I think some of the Hearts. We got him good coaching. And then Mark started grasping the nuances of wrestling. And if you listen to him now on Busted Open or wherever it may be on AEW Rampage, you can tell Mark has evolved into a real true student of the game. And he does a great job for AEW with talking to a lot of the young kids. You know, he sits in a group with them and, during the shows and point out things and let them come asking questions. He's a very valuable asset for AEW, which a lot of folks may not realize because he's not on TV all the time. He will be now in some role with Rampage, but in any event, Mark was a long-term investment. He was a project. But you can't replace Mark Henry, Conrad. I mean, God Almighty, look at him. So he was special. He was an Olympian, and over time he has evolved into one of the most beloved characters in the business.
Let's mention Ahmed Johnson is going to win a battle royal to earn a WWF title shot the night after SummerSlam, but the injury he sustained at the hands of Farouk, aka Ron Simmons, is going to prevent that from happening. And that probably gives away the proposed Ahmed versus Farouk match at SummerSlam for the Intercontinental title. You know, we've talked about Ahmed Johnson probably more than ever before earlier this summer. So we'll just keep it moving for now. But I do want to mention, because something that happened back then, I don't think happens these days unless it's maybe a marathon for YouTube like Elevation or Dark, but that's a different thing. When you tape this many shows the same day, don't you open yourself up to perhaps guys getting injured a little easier? I mean, there's the whole adrenaline rush. You got to get ready and then you got to cool down and then you got to go do it again. And obviously there's going to be audience fatigue and things like that, but the performers themselves, that's probably a case for those guys as well, right?
Well, it shouldn't be if they're in shape. You're asked to go out and work 8 or 10 minutes. If they were doing a series of marathon matches or whatever, Ironman matches, it might be Conrad. But I don't buy the fact that they're tired. So they're more prone to have make a mistake. The deal with Ahmed is we've talked about this, and I'm not going to start on a tangent now, but he wasn't very good. He had a great look, but he wasn't fundamentally sound enough for the role that we had envisioned him in. And so that's how I look at that deal. Fatigue, nah, come on. So, but he had to work with an athlete much better than he to improve. And then you have to want to improve and listen to those who are trying to coach you up. And I don't know that was always his case.
We've got a clip shown here of Mr. Perfect interviewing Bret Hart on the Wrestle Vessel regarding Bret's current contract situation. And then he's asking, when will we know the answer? First off, give us some good Wrestle Vessel stories. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about that. The WWF cruise.
Yeah. Well, I remember my lovely little Jan was with me. That's the best thing about the cruise. Other than like seeing a lot of people gambling in games that they didn't have a clue how to win, going back to the bank, so to speak, and withdrawing money, trying to drink all the booze on the I remember Dustin Rhodes was drinking some sweet drink with a little umbrella in it and all that stuff. And he said, "God damn, man, I can't take my lips off of it. I can't take my lips off of it." Well, so that was a basic thing. It was indulgence. And then getting guys and they're getting at their autograph thing on time was another chore. It was, they didn't realize you're here to work. It's just a unique environment that you're going to work in. But it seemed like everybody had a pretty good time on it. You know, I remember I'm in the pool and Owen Hart pulls my frigging bathing suit down to my ankles, and little Jimmy got exposed, and felt like George Costanza, shrinkage. But that was Owen. You know, I loved him. It was embarrassing a rib, but one that was well respected and appreciated at the end of the day. So I don't think anything too I don't think anything too dastardly happened. I don't remember any major incidents on it, and it could have been because all it was excessive drinking constantly, all day, every day, all night. And the cruise was just the scene of the crime. It seemed like everybody had a pretty good time, Conrad. I got a picture out here in my hallway of the group. It's just funny. Someday I'll get it to you. You can look at it. It might be a fun picture but you see different body language that people had, and it told a story. If you knew the personalities and where they were mind-wise, mindset, you could get it. For example, Brett was sitting on the front row, kind of extended away from everybody with a unique distance. I remember that picture. Jan sitting next to Tammy Stitch, Sonny. I'm sitting in the middle of the front row, and Austin's there, and all of our talent. But those are happy pictures for me because Janet had a great time. She had a blast on this. If she was here now, she'd tell you, "Oh, I had a great time," and she did. But it was an interesting experience, and you know, Chris Jericho's taken that lead, Conrad, and is he's monetizing that concept. And I went on the first, I think I went on the first Jericho cruise, and had a phenomenal time. It's very well done, very well organized, and Chris has got a great team around him. This is what they do. They do these celebrity cruises, and it worked out really well. So the Jericho cruise, I maybe already sold out, but nonetheless, it's a good project and an idea. You know, where did we do the, in WCW, we did the Bruise Cruise.
That's right.
And I was on that as well. So, but nonetheless, it was, I think, all fun stuff. You know, it was good time. Good time was had by all. I've always said, Conrad, my fat looks better brown than white. So we accomplished that goal. So all good.
Let's talk about some behind the scenes controversy. This is the August 5th edition of the Wrestling Observer. Quote, there is, or at least was, tremendous heat on Jim Cornette coming off the weekend tour, largely due to a backstage argument he had with Shawn Michaels after the match in Anaheim. Apparently, they had worked out a spot where Michaels was going to super kick Cornette, but Cornette either tripped or fell down, and Michaels super kicked Air, or I guess Michaels felt Cornette double crossed him on the spot. There were problems already between the two, stemming from something that apparently happened after the show in San Francisco. Anyway, after they went behind the curtain in Anaheim, Michaels immediately began yelling at Cornette about the spot, and Cornette began yelling back, and it became a big deal internally. I don't think you were at this show, but what do you remember hearing about this?
Just a unnecessary pissing contest. You know, Cornette stood his ground, and Shawn looked to use his influence and where he was on the card, and how he was perceived in the office, primarily by the chairman, as his trump card. So, but unnecessary. They blew their steam off, and hopefully, my role or my 2 cents in that was that they get it out of their system. That's no Bill Watts thing. It's like when Nora the Barbarian and Butch Reed got in a fight in Oklahoma City in the Sunday afternoon matinee. That's redundant, isn't it? On the Sunday afternoon show. And then they drove to Tulsa to do TV that night, faces all puffy and black eyes and so forth. And he made them fight again because he wanted to make sure he got out of their system. I think what he really wanted to do was see a good fight because he missed the original fight because he wasn't in Oklahoma City. So that's kind of the deal. Did they get out of their system? It seemed like they did, but Sean was in a tough time, and right then we all start making excuses for him. Well, it was this. It was he was on too much medication. He was drinking too much. He was influenced by the wrong people. Somewhere along the goddamn way, Conrad.
Yeah.
We have to stop and look in the mirror. And Sean's made a great life changes since that time, by 180 degrees, which is wonderful. But he was not so easy to be around. He just was so frigging good. He was in that Flair conversation. When you say who's the best 2 workers you ever saw, the old school guys will say, well, Ray Stevens, some of those cats, and I don't know, make an argument about that. But Sean at that time was as good as anybody lacing boots, and he used that cachet to his advantage.
We should talk about Cornette here for a minute. It feels like, and I don't know, but it feels like around this era, maybe he started to tire of the WWF or the travel or living in Connecticut. And then eventually, of course, he's going to say, hey, let me go do something else. And thankfully, developmental becomes the thing. Is this really the first time you thought, man, Corny might not be having the best time?
No, it wasn't the first time. I knew that he was challenged. Living in Connecticut could be challenging. It's expensive. You have to be prepared for the weather and the ice and sleet, travel, and traffic, and blah, blah, blah. And so Corny wasn't having fun. And there was too many channels to go through. He was used to being an autonomous booker where he had an idea. Well, that idea is how it played out. And that was not the case in WWE. You had a lot of channels to go through. Vince had to improve it. He had to make, he had to bless it. Then he had Bruce there, a filter, Pat, a filter, me to a lesser degree, a filter. And so it was tough for him. But I knew that that his time there was not long-term. In other words, my advice to him would have been, I hope you're renting. Don't buy any real estate here.
Yeah.
Rent. And,
I bet JJ wishes somebody would have told him that.
Yeah. I felt bad about that. Bruce and I were running the show in South Africa when JJ bailed. And it was the same week that Shane McMahon and his lovely wife got married.
Yeah. And Vince thought the worst, right? And thought that maybe JJ was going to try to take it to the paper or Mushnick or something and ruin the big weekend. And of course that didn't happen. He was just going to WCW.
Yeah. And he got his pay cut, and he had a big nut to fill. He had a special needs child, and he had other young children. And so, and I think the world of JJ this very day, but he just couldn't do it anymore, Conrad. He hit the wall, and that's how he reacted. I don't know that was the best solution, but it was the solution that JJ felt at that time was the best for him. Quite frankly, that's not really all that matters. But Bruce and I were in, I remember Bruce going, these eyes are big, and he says, you'll never believe what happened. What? You'll never believe it. I said, well, tell me, and I might believe it.
Right.
JJ quit. He had a blow up with Vince, and he walked out and he quit. And so, I could see Bruce's wheels turning because Bruce wanted that job. And I was really cool with my position. I didn't need the title. Over time, I got to where I took ownership of it, maybe too much. But it was startling news because we all figured that JJ was there for life, Conrad. He had his routine. He had his procedures he did. He was very well organized. I learned a lot from JJ. Being organized, taking calls from the talent as quickly as you can. Hopefully when they're on the line, not when you have to call them back. Nobody likes to be called back. And especially now, you ever send a text message? You probably send them to me sometimes, and I forget I have them.
Oh yeah.
And you know, you want to record Monday morning? Nothing. And I see it. Oh yeah, I should tell Conrad I'm good. So, but that was the deal. We thought we thought JJ was a lifer, going to be there forever. That was a big deal for us, for him to leave, because we had to go try to take all the paperwork and everything he was executing, the contracts, et cetera, and it was we had to go through all that stuff. And I think there's where Bruce started to discover this might not be the gig for me. Now JR, he don't mind this deal. It's kind of what he likes. So Vince made two jobs. Bruce is vice president of talent relations, and I was vice president of wrestling business or something like that, something ridiculous. And so until it all worked out and leveled out to where Bruce is just going to primarily focus on creative, which is good management by Vince, because that you always try to do, Conrad. You do it every day, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If you don't, you should. People should be put in the positions that they can succeed. They shouldn't be put in positions where there's going to be a stretch or I don't know if they can make that. So Vince is smart in that regard, among other things, a lot of things. But he saw our strengths and he put us in our position to execute what our strengths were.
I think I had my timeline messed up. JJ leaves the next month. He leaves September of '96 when you guys are over in South Africa.
Okay.
I do want to ask though, because I've never really spent any time talking about this from JJ's perspective, and he wrote about this in his book. He had a younger wife.
Yeah.
And
Lindsay was her name. Nice lady.
Vince wanted him to buy a house. So he bought a house, and Vince helped him out with some financing where he needed a little help to get the loan, with not only Vince's banker friend, but an additional loan from Vince and the company, and he would pay that back. So now he's sort of leveraged to the hilt on this new beautiful home in Connecticut, but he's got a home. He's got roots now with the WWF. And then, as you mentioned, he got his pay cut. And I think JJ took it personally, as a lot of people would, I'm sure, that when those pay cuts came down, allegedly they only went to the quote unquote wrestling people. So right. People who had a wrestling background saw their income cut by nearly 50%. People who weren't wrestling people did not enjoy such a cut. But now he's left struggling to pay for a house that he could barely afford on a full income. And now he's got a half income, and it's just a mess. So I understand when you said, well, maybe JJ shouldn't handle his business that way, but I can't help but know that story and think, shit, if I was JJ, I'd be looking for somewhere to go too.
Yeah. But he was burned out, Conrad. Yeah. The workload and the responsibilities and, having to handle talent issues. It seemed like, I talked to JJ, I said, do you ever go talk to Vince about good news? Is there anything good that you've got to share with him? And he said, yeah, that's a good point. It's always about this guy's late. This guy didn't want to do this.
Yeah.
This guy didn't want to put so-and-so over, and I had a whole different mindset on how to handle that. You solve their problem or you eliminate it.
Yes.
It's easy. I don't want to run 22 power, coach. Okay, you can sit your ass down.
Yeah.
If somebody's coming in that wants to run 22 power, I promise your ass. So I think I got cut. I think I got a $30,000 hit on my salary, 30 G's. And Jan said, what are we going to do? I said, well, we're not living above our means. We're comfortable. She was working. She was a flight attendant. I said, so we'll just make it. We'll just readjust our budget and spend less. That means you can't buy as many Louis Vuitton bags, honey, as you normally do.
Right.
So, but I remember the 30 grand hit. I think Bruce got hit 30 grand too.
Yeah. Lots of pay cuts around, but not for Barry Windham. He's coming in and he's going to become the stalker. Boy, Barry Windham, 10 years prior to this, 1986, probably one of, if not the best wrestler in the world, not named Ric Flair. Now he's coming in here and, well, it's a different Barry. Fair to say?
Absolutely fair to say. We're trying to regenerate a different era in that era, and the ship has sailed. And I'm with you. I got to call some NWA matches for Crockett that Barry was involved in. They were as good as I've seen, good as I ever called.
Yeah.
He was a natural. I know that term's bandied around and thrown around easily, but when he was on, when Barry Windham was on, there was nobody better. Big athletic 6'5", 6'6" guy, grew up in the business, as we all know. He just had a feel for it. So, but unfortunately, our intentions were good. We all wanted to see that Barry that we knew, but for whatever reason, you know, it was time to readjust, and unfortunately, it didn't work out for him.
Let's talk about Ron and Don Harris. They're in talks to be coming back here to the promotion as well. Of course, previously we saw them as the Bruise Brothers. Why don't you think it worked out for them their first go around with the company?
Well, they were booked kind of uniquely. They weren't given that monster heel push of two twin brothers that were big, monstrous guys. I thought the booking was a little anemic. Not their fault.
Yeah.
But I think the booking was a little anemic and it was a little weak. But they're good guys. They were they quietly became two of the more popular guys in the locker room because the boys knew that they're men's men. They always had their back. You know, I know they had a little altercation or had some words of Shawn Michaels at one point in time that, you know, they showed their defiance because they knew that they're going to automatically be on Vince's shit list for, you know, confronting Shawn on whatever it may be. So I remember, I think it was a garden or somewhere where they shut the door in the locker room and had a one-on-one with him and expressed themselves, shall we say. It's just, we had to fix the synergy in the locker room was a huge thing for talent relations. We got to get off this me against the world and I got all the stroke and, you know, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this. I'm not. Just too damn negative.
Yeah.
And so you know, we tried to fix that. And over time, the fix was going to be guys that were, they had a different attitude. They were hungry and were willing to go the extra mile to ensure their success. We talked about Austin earlier. He never missed an opportunity that he didn't embrace. Never approached a challenge that he didn't want to meet. So that's kind of where we were with that. I just don't think that Ron and Don were, you know, I like what they did. They're a solid team. Were they a great team? I don't know if they were a great team, but they're a good team. And they look good in an 8x10. They look good coming to the ring. They're smart guys. Both of them. They've had success outside of their in-ring wrestling career since they've been away.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, I was always a favor of those guys. They were always nice to me. They're polite. They respected the coaching. So they deserved better than they got, but the booking didn't do them any favors.
Another person I want to mention is Dr. Death, Steve Williams. He debuts here, but in ECW. Would you have been involved in that at all? Getting him on the phone with your old pal Paul Heyman?
No, I wasn't. You know, Paul knew Doc he didn't know him as well as I did because I was around when he got signed by the Cowboy between his junior and senior year at Oklahoma University. So he was on the football team, had already been to 3 bowl games. He's already a 3-time All-American wrestler. when Cowboy signed him, which I always found to be kind of interesting. I think that's kind of where Vince's pulling the curtain back thing really helped, because as a amateur athlete, getting paid was sketchy until you pull that little onion back. It's okay. This is showbiz. He's a performer. This is not a sport. So he's not being paid for and he's not doing what he does on a collegiate mat. Whole different presentation. So Paul was aware of Doc, and Paul and my friendship, was shared with Doc. Doc knew Paul well. So I didn't have anything to do with it, but it was a good move for Doc to get some American bookings, because he was kind of one-dimensional in a sense that he was only doing, his big money was being earned in Japan. And I know, like a lot of guys, they love Japan because the pay's good,
sure,
and all that stuff. But still, they all wish they had an American base to some degree. See your kids more, see your wife more, or your baby's mama, wife, whatever the case may be. But that was a good move for Doc, I think, to go there, because Paul was a good mentor. Paul did well with Austin, because all he basically did was kind of what Tony Khan's doing now, Conrad. He let the talents create their own persona.
Yep.
And how important is that? We've seen that in AEW, where our success has been the fact that a lot of our guys have a hand in their own creative. And once you do that, you're really invested in your angle or your persona or the match or whatever it may be. So it's a smart thing. So I thought Doc going to ECW was not a bad thing, because I knew that Paul could help Doc with his verbal skills, which are always his weakness.
Let's talk about what's next. Here we are. The SummerSlam card is together, and it's time for the free for all. And Steve Austin is fresh off of becoming king of the ring and coining that famous phrase, Austin 316. And on the pre-show, they do a rather interesting little skit here. Let's just jump to it, I guess, and we'll come back to some other news and notes leading into the show. But the creative is Yoko's going to go to set up the big bonsai drop, and he's going to, with his extra weight, because he's heavier than ever at this moment, pull the top turnbuckle off. So instead of just using it to pull himself up and bounce up and down comes the bonsai drop. The turnbuckle gives way, the rope breaks, he falls backwards. Austin gets him with the, I think you call it, let's sneak one. So he gets the quick pin.
A steel one.
There you go. But the concept is, Yokozuna is heavier than ever. And I know that that's been something you guys have discussed a lot when you were trying to get him to go to the Mayo Clinic and Duke and all these other examples where you guys were trying whatever you could to help this fella get the weight under control. What do you remember about the creative here? And ultimately one of the biggest stars in the business who's going to wind up being on the pre-show.
Well, it's ironic how that worked out. Obviously, I can't tell you I was wild about it. But it got Austin on the TV and it got Yoko on the television. It added a little bit of sizzle to the pre-show, and we're using the pre-show like an infomercial. It's free for people to watch. So seeing Austin on there and seeing the crowd and all that stuff, emotionally invest, so forth, I thought was pretty good. But having a what was it segment? 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yeah, it was real fast.
Yeah, it was. They weren't out there long enough to make it stink too bad. They weren't out there long enough to make it great, but they're out there long enough to sell some pay-per-views. So I think that was the whole deal there. But you're right about Yoko. We were very concerned about Yoko's weight, and it was not just the fact that he couldn't execute or wouldn't execute. It was the fact that his long-term health was the issue of this. That's what that was. He's becoming. I had a doctor tell me one time. I said, you got to take charge of this thing because he's morbidly obese.
Yeah.
That scared, when I heard that description, it scared the shit out of me, because I just knew that somewhere along the way, we're going to get a phone call that Yokozuna, much like Andre, was found dead in his hotel room. And, we're not prophesizing it, didn't want it to happen, but it seemed like it was inevitable. So I wasn't crazy about it, but I understand why it was done, and not knowing at the time how big Austin was going to get, kind of solidified the rationale behind it.
Yeah, I mean, to give clarity or my opinion of what you just said, if you know that you've got a guy who's hot, why not put him on the pre-show and help you sell some pay-per-views? And it is a hot angle. It is an interesting looking way of. It's not something people had seen before. It wasn't overexposed. It felt new. It felt fresh. And yeah, here's this big star. I mean, he's getting everybody's attention, so it feels like a home run.
Yeah, yeah, and again, they weren't out there long enough to kill it. They weren't out there long enough to make it great. They were out there long enough to get the exposure and to create some buzz about that night's pay-per-view.
I want to mention too, Jake Roberts comes back to the company after going AWOL briefly, and Jerry Lawler was slamming him for being an alcoholic on all the syndicated shows. To the best of your recollection, did Jake have any issues with this creative, or did you view this and did he view this as maybe some form of punishment for him disappearing before the International Incident Show?
Oh, I think he probably was uncomfortable with it because it just exposed what the issues that he was having. He's an old time guy. He's an old timer. He's a old school fella. So if it was going to help him draw money and stay on the card and move up the card, then so be it. He's getting tagged back in the game. He's back in the match, so to speak. So he may have had some issues, Conrad, softly said, but he had to realize also that it was primarily because of his lifestyle.
Right.
And hopefully that the idea was, well, maybe he'll realize that we all know he's got these issues. We want to fix them. We want to help him because we felt like that if nothing else from a talking perspective, that he could still help us. And again, I think, you get a guy like Patterson and, Bruce was there during some of Jake's heydays. It was a matter of giving guys second chances and hopefully they will take advantage of it. So that was the deal. And how do you have a bad match with two guys like Lawler and Jake? They couldn't they're not going to do everything they could do when they were younger, but they're still going to have a pretty damn good match, you'd think.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. We're going to talk about it here in a minute. Let's also mention on the way to this show, you guys run Madison Square Garden, and Chris Candido, who's wrestling here as Skip, gets hurt in a match against the Smoking Guns. On this same show, Mick Foley would finally make his Madison Square Garden debut. It's a 30-second win over Jake Roberts, but still, knowing the history of Mick Foley as a kid, hitchhiking to this arena to see Superfly jump off the top of the cage, and now he's actually one of their performers in the middle of a WWF ring in Madison Square Garden, had to be a big deal for your old pal Mick Foley.
Yeah, it was a win. We got a win there. All the way from, he's going to break your heart. You're going to see it. You're going to feel it. You're going to know it. You're experience it. But we made it to the Garden, Nick. Here you are. And I know he had that nice toothless smile was very prevalent. So it was a win. I felt good for him. I felt like this is kind of what he wanted, to make that 360 and get back in get to the Garden, not only as a fan, a hitchhiker. Sweet Hitchhiker, is that a song? I think it is.
It is now.
It is now. Sweet Hitchhiker. I think John Fogerty sang that with Creedence. In any event, it was a great day for Nick. And it wasn't like he was getting paid by the hour. At 37-second match was a way to open eyes. Oh, God. Because a lot of fans are still of the belief that Jake was still a major star.
Right.
Because of his previous run. And, we can't forget how big a star Jake was there at one time in WWE. So for Jake to put Mick over in a short match like that in the Garden, it's a
big deal.
Quite the moment for Mick Foley.
Let's talk about somebody else who's going to go make their own moment. Duke Drosay is going to leave around this time to go to law school. That's not something I would have ever guessed. Did Duke have any conversations with you about where he was with his wrestling career and maybe deciding maybe this wasn't for him?
Yeah, we talked about it, and I was always honest and upfront with the guys when they would ask those questions. You know, this may not be your destination. He's a very bright guy, and very cerebral, and understood what I was saying. That, you know, as dedicated, as hardworking as he was, sometimes talents just don't have that innate ability to connect with their audience. It's the it factor. If you have it, you're gold. If you don't have it, you're going to be something else. So anyway, Duke was a good guy. Mike was his name. I liked him, but he's here's another thing. He gets a gimmick where he's a trash man.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It just some gimmicks that those guys were given, just to me, were born to fail.
Yeah.
And
I can't see, you know, the old cliche is, could you see this guy on a WrestleMania poster in the main event? I don't know that America wanted the lovable garbage man in the world title picture.
I'm with you. He was a good 7 or 8 hole hitter.
Yeah.
You know, in your baseball lineup, so to speak. So
how do you navigate out of that situation though, Jim? Let's say you're a young guy and you finally got the attention of the boss and you get an opportunity to finally join the big leagues, quote unquote, the World Wrestling Federation. And you're all excited because here it is, this thing you've worked for your whole life, your dream is coming true. And they tell you, well, we want to make you a garbage man. What would your advice be in that moment?
Well, take the gig and make it your own and make it better than it sounds. You know, that's easy for me or you to talk about right now, but that's kind of your option. This is what the owner, GM, head honcho wants. Try to make that work and add to it, contribute to the creative, make your character less one-dimensional, because you're like you phrased it, the friendly neighborhood garbage man probably is not going to get you on that WrestleMania poster. And by the way, it didn't.
No,
unfortunately.
The rumor and innuendo in the newsletters this time is that the company is thinking about running a 1-hour weekly pay-per-view on Saturday night based out of New York City. So this predates TNA by several years, but the original idea allegedly was it was going to be a weekly 1-hour pay-per-view. Of course, we know it turns out being the syndicated show Shotgun Saturday Night, but in a much different format than what the company was doing at the time. Was this the brainchild of Bruce Pritchard or Vince McMahon, or what do you remember about the early idea and concept of Shotgun Saturday Night?
I think that was Vince's idea. I think, or at least it would start there or continue from there. The weekly 1-hour pay-per-views, I never saw a long-term future in.
Right.
You're asking people to spend more money every week now. And they're in a 1-hour pay-per-views, what, book right, maybe 3 matches. So I didn't feel like that was a hit. So when it went to Saturday night syndication, then this becomes a matter of, Conrad, of you know, are we getting the right stations? Do we have enough coverage? And is this more creative for Vince to do? He was on that show. So I don't remember who all he worked with. I didn't work on that show, which didn't bother me because I didn't have to go to New York on Saturday night. But yeah, I think that it was just it was a shot. It's throwing the hook in the water, hoping you get a bite, and the fish weren't biting on that day.
Let's get to the pay-per-view. You're in the booth with Vince McMahon and Mr. Perfect for SummerSlam live in Cleveland. Were you always going to call the show? I mean, how far in advance do you know, hey, we want you on this pay-per-view? Now that seems silly, but there was a time here where you're not exactly behind the desk for every single show. When are you notified of this? And when are you notified of who your quote unquote dance partners are going to be?
Well, I think Vince told me uh, earlier in the week, maybe. It wasn't a big month or so away, but he'd make those decisions a little bit on the fly, and it's totally his call. He was trying to get Kurt some exposure. He knew that I was solid and I was consistent, and he could rely on me. And Kurt, was so talented. He wasn't an experienced broadcaster. So I think I was there basically to help Kurt, just and Vince, to make Vince feel more comfortable. So that's kind of how I perceive that thing, and it worked out pretty good. I worked with Vince, with Lawler, and the three of us, pretty good team. Thought we did pretty well. But I think earlier in the week, Conrad, I'm gonna have you work the show with me and with Perfect, and I was ready to do it. Look, that's what I came for. I came to work. I came to broadcast. So I was happy to get that assignment.
Let's mention that this is the highest gate in the state of Ohio for wrestling at the time, $413,168 here at the Gund Arena. There's 14,926 paying fans, a total of 17,000 in the building. So it's a monster success. And we've touched earlier that maybe people think that this era was not that successful for the WWF, but I think that's really only when compared to WCW ratings. But an all-time record gate here. This has to be high fives all around day of the show, right?
Yeah, I think so. But again, you got to go work. They're here. We've sold the tickets. We're going to have an ass every 18 inches, which is imperative. So now we got to go out and deliver. And that's always the next ingredient to your entree. You got to deliver the goods when it comes time to go play.
Let's jump into it. They're doing a beach party deal as part of the free for all. We've already talked about the Austin Yoko match. It only goes a minute and 52 seconds. But this beach party deal is another opportunity to sell those last minute pay-per-view buys when they do like a bikini deal with Sable, Marlena, and Sunny. And then, of course, we can't help ourselves. We've got to do some funny ha-ha. We have Teal Hopper discover in this above ground pool they've built here inside the arena a floating Baby Ruth. Of course, he's going to pick that up and take a bite. Teal Hopper being the resident plumber here.
Yeah.
The World Wrestling Federation.
Tony Anthony.
Yeah.
It's funny. I saw, I call matches for Cornette featuring Tony Anthony and Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And I thought he was just a hell of a heel. Old school, tough, great mindset, fearless, all those heel things that are good. He was believable. And then when I saw him become the resident plumber, as you referred to, I just shaking my head like, what have we done? He can't be taken seriously as a plumber. I mean, I get it, but so then I got to thinking, well, that's not why he's here. He's here to work with some of these younger dudes. He's a new face. He's a veteran. He's paid his dues. And on the road, when we're booking these house shows, we need these experienced guys to go out there and do 8, 10, 12 minutes with a more greener like wrestler to help them improve their game. It wasn't what we did on TV as much as what we did in the live events with those guys. And, you can't help but get better working with a TL Hopper, a Tony Anthony, or a Tracy Smothers. Although those guys are good.
Yeah.
So they were used as gimmicks on television, knowing that the ceiling for their persona was limited, but they're going to earn their money on the road. And that was just fine with them because they were getting booked on some of these houses. They were, decent, some great, some not so great, but they're getting regular paychecks and they're getting paid on time, which, it sounds like, well, that's not a big deal. That's just goes to the territory. That's just automatic. Well, it's not automatic in wrestling. We've all heard these horror stories of guys having to wait on a payday, or you go to work an indie show and you can't find the guy for your money at the end of the night, blah, blah, blah. And so these guys had none of those issues. They're on television, which they loved. They got to maximize their minutes if they cared to invest such. So I was always amazed at. I always thought that we could probably gotten more out of these cats, the Hoppers, the Tracy Smith, Freddie Joe Floyd, all these guys. I thought we could always got more out of them, but I also understood and learned the act of everybody's here for a reason, and they have a specific. Vince has a specific role in mind for them, and so and that role is to enhance the younger guys and get an experienced hand in the ring, and give those guys. Quite frankly, I thought when I go back and think about it again, it was a pretty damn good deal for those guys. They're getting regular paydays. They're on television. And I would suggest to you, Conrad, that when they left WWE because of their name identity and their presence and all that stuff, that they probably didn't have a hard time getting at least indie bookings, because they were regenerated, so to speak, off our television. So, but I thought that the pool thing was a pretty good idea. When your audience is primarily male, 18 to 49, and you're trotting Sable and Marlena and Sonny out there, golly, I'm watching that. You know, so it just goes along with the territory. So yeah, it was but it was good. I understand it. The candy bar thing was right out of what was it? What was the movie? Bill Murray did
Caddyshack?
Might have been Caddyshack.
Yeah.
Where he took a bite of the candy bar. It looked like a turd. So excuse my language, folks.
No, turd's fine. We're not censored here. Let's jump into the show. First match is Owen Hart and Savio Vega. They go 13 minutes and 23 seconds. Meltzer gave it 2.5 stars. He says, let's fast forward to the end. With Vega out, the referee stopped the match. After the match, Justin Bradshaw and Zeb came out and called Vega a Puerto Rican dog and said they were going to send him back to the island. Bradshaw would clock Vega in the aisle as he was being helped out of the ring by officials. Not a bad match, but disappointing considering the talent involved and that this was such a major card. So, lot to unpack here. Savio Vega is a guy who helped essentially make Steve Austin here in the World Wrestling Federation. Owen Hart, arguably one of the unsung heroes of the promotion in this era.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, even though everybody knows they're phenomenal wrestlers, this one didn't seem to click, according to Meltzer. Would you agree with it? You watched it back for the first time this week in 25 years.
I think it was cold. There wasn't a story behind it.
Yeah.
You have two great talents, and Owen and Savio, two great talents. You'd either be honored to have on your roster or on any card that one might book. But it was a cold match. And so I think that was the biggest impact on it. To get 2.5 stars in Meltzer's way of evaluating or ranking, whatever, is probably a compliment to them. But, you know, you can see there too, where we try to get other guys involved. You know, Bradshaw, Dutch Mantel, Zeb came out, did their thing, got a little exposure. So, but I think it was just a cold match, Conrad, and there's just no build up, no hype to it, even though you're featuring two of the best talents that we had.
Do you think part of some of the reason maybe this didn't hit is people just didn't buy Savio as a baby face? I always felt like Savio, for whatever reason, was better as a heel here in the WWF.
It might be. I think he was better suited to be a heel, so that might have had an element to evaluate, no doubt. So I think I'm with you though. I think Savio was a much better heel than a baby face. He was just so aggressive. And he had all the qualities, and he had new timing, and all that stuff was good. So it might have been the fact that people just weren't comfortable with him as a babyface yet.
Let's get to the next match. We've got the Smoking Guns retaining the WWF tag titles in a 4 corners elimination match over the New Rockers, the Godwins, and the Body Donnas. Skip is wearing a neck brace, and they're going to acknowledge his injury from Madison Square Garden. So as a result, the Body Donnas are out first in just 4 minutes when Jannetty would trip Zip and Billy pins him. And the Rockers keep screwing up and hitting the guns. Hank finally pins Leaf after a slop drop in 7 minutes and 18 seconds. Meltzer would say the match was bad by this time and only got worse with a dead crowd. The finish was Phineas was to use the slop drop on Billy, but the referee is distracted by Sonny and Hillbilly Jim arguing at ringside. And at that point, Bart came off the top rope onto Phineas and put Billy on top for the pin. And after the match, Sonny got on the mic talking about how the guns were what men are supposed to look like, knocking all the ugly women in the audience. And then a huge poster of Sonny comes down from the ceiling. And of course, you said on commentary that she missed a trip to the woodshed when she was younger. They got a dud rating here. Is that to do with the performers, or man, these 4 tag elimination matches are just
too convoluted?
Yeah.
Too convoluted. The tag titles were not hot. And again, another cold match. There were not weeks of angles being built up between the Rockers, the Godwins, and the Body Donnas as it relates to the Smoking Guns tag team titles. But those tag titles were not a focus. They had not been featured, shall we say. So I think that it had a lot to do with the booking. And this is a case of where, Vince wanted to get work for 4 tag teams. They all earned a payday. And I think that was kind of all that match was designed to be. You hope they go out there and give you some good quality minutes. But again, the audience just didn't care.
Right.
And when the audience doesn't care, man, it's hard to convince them in that length of time. It's too late to care. You should have made them care going into the match. They're not going to care just watching this match. So I think the tag titles were cold and the match felt very convoluted to me.
Once upon a time, people wondered who would be the breakout star of the Rockers tag team. Would it be Shawn Michaels or would it be Marty Jannetty? Of course, we know it wound up being Shawn. But I ask all of that to say, when you pair him here with Leif Cassidy, aka Al Snow, it feels like, man, these are 2 really good workers, but it's a miss. Is that to do with just the environment of the company at the time? Or is it my theory that when you put the word new in front of anything, it just doesn't work? Whether it's the new Rockers, the new Blackjacks, or the new Midnight Express, it's just not going to work, right?
All right. I'm with you on that concept. It's just it's just looked at less than. It's like junior heavyweight, whatever. It's all these monikers that are saddled on people that all it does is take them a step backwards. Hey, look, I can tell you that on good days, Marty Jannetty and Al Snow, Leif Cassidy, were a hell of a team.
Yeah.
Don't leave out Al Snow as far as being a very capable hand, no doubt. But again, the focal point was not tag team wrestling for us at that point in time, at least in the tag team division. We'd have those off, matches where you'd have a tag match with 2 stars against 2 other big stars. But, heck, Fire Conrad, it just, again, that wasn't the focus. People knew it was filler, and they reacted as such.
Let's talk about Sonny for a minute. Why do you think Sonny is constantly paired with heel tag teams here? I mean, I know she's a great heel promo, but man, it feels like she's so over with the crowd. And I know it's because she's just attractive and guys are just cheering her because she's good looking. I get that. But wouldn't it have been easier just to make her a baby face, or was she such a good interview or promo that you felt like you just had to put her with a heel?
I think that latter is what I would suggest. She was a natural heel, and she was more comfortable executing her persona as a villainess as opposed to being a babyface. So, but I think she was natural in the role. And the other thing too, we have to remember, we traveled a lot of miles since then, and having a heel female valet, there's nothing like since Sensational Sherry was getting that big push and all that exposure. But she was a wrestler. She could take great bumps. I'm not so sure that bump taking was Sonny's forte, even though she did the best she could with it. But she was just new, a new character, and she's filling a new role. And I think that was all a part of evolution. Just getting another one of those changes we've talked about. Where we're slowly making a change. We're moving away from Moulin or girls. We're moving to the Marlenas and the Sables and the Sunnies, et cetera, of the world. So I think Sonny felt fit better as a villain, Conrad. And that's not to say that she couldn't be a baby face, but to be a baby face like a Trish Stratus or somebody, she's going to have to get in the ring and work out and spend a lot of hours training. And
I see.
And I just, so her role was different. Her role was different than we had seen previously.
Let's talk about the next match. We got Psycho Sid and Davey Boy Smith here. They go 6 minutes and 24 seconds. You would think this would have been the Ultimate Warrior spot. As it goes, Smith's going to use his power slam on Sid. But instead of going for the pin, he was distracted because Cornette came out and is arguing with Clarence Mason. Smith goes for a second power slam, but Sid gets out of it and uses the choke slam for the pin. 1 star. Meltzer said it wasn't a good match, but better than he would think when he saw it on paper. I think Sid is probably one of my guilty pleasures as a wrestling fan. He just had a presence about him. He felt like a larger than life superstar.
Yep.
And you knew that Davey Boy Smith could work. This, for what it was, I thought was pretty good. What'd you think?
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay. Pretty good. Might be a kind way of putting it. I wouldn't disagree with you on it. But yeah, the match on paper was a whole lot better than the actual match itself. Bulldog and Sid had box office. They had name identity. They both could work, especially Davey. When Davey wanted to work, he was really, really good. And so I think that, I don't know, 1 star, 2 star, I don't know. It's all subjective stuff anyway. But I thought it was okay. And, I wish it had been better.
All this gaga with Clarence Mason and Jim Cornette between the Owen Hart match and the Davey Boy Smith match feels like it's designed to just get corny away from Davey and Owen on the heels of the whole incident with Sean. Do you remember the timeline being that somebody somewhere, whether it's Corny or Vince, made the decision, maybe it's time that Cornette come off the road. He doesn't need to make all these shows. He can still contribute and be right here at the office.
Well, that would have been a result of a conversation or conversations that Cornette and Vince had about getting him off the road. And, Corny still does, an innate fear of flying. It's not a joke. It's not funny. It's not, he had a system where I told the story before where we're sitting in the runway in Newark, getting ready to fly to Seattle. And John Valdostri was a guy, he's still around, works for Continental. So he upgraded us. And of course, my worst fear came true. He upgraded us for Cornette and I to sit next to each other on a frigging flight from Newark to Seattle. So Cornette's got his routine on. He's taking his medicines. He's chilling. He's going to be an amoeba sooner than later. And all the plan worked perfectly until we had, and at the time we got out to the tarmac, he was gone. I had to fight the flight attendant off of him because we're sitting in first class. He doesn't need anything. He doesn't want anything. Just let him sleep, please. And so we'll go out on the tarmac, wait our turn to take off. And I never forget this. The pilot being kind of a pissed off guy on how the things worked out. We were 17th in line for takeoff. 17th. I have no idea how long we sat there. It was a lot. I think I fell asleep too. Nonetheless, we finally take off. I think we're on the ground about an hour, maybe more, hour and a half. So somewhere over the Midwest, Corny medicine started wearing off. He's coming out of his coma.
Oh.
And it's so funny. And I use this in some of our stage shows. I was told this story about he wanted to he asked me to sing to him. And I'm thinking, sing? I'm not a singer. I don't even know any of the lyrics. I know about 3 lyrics of this song and 2 or 3 lyrics of that song. So I started singing because I'd been listening to it on my iPod, a Neil Young song. And the flight attendant walking by heard me say, I heard you knocking at my cellar door. Go on, baby, can I have some more? So that's Neil Young. It's not really, it's me. So consequently, I think they thought we were gay lovers or some shit. Nothing wrong with that. That's not us. So that was the whole thing. I had to keep him occupied, and singing to Cornette. It's been a great sitcom. Good episode, right? But anyway, Corny had this innate fear of flying, so we're trying to help him out a little bit and get him off the road. So it was just a tough time for him. And I think people they looked at his issues about fear of flying, Conrad, as a tongue-in-cheek thing. It's a gimmick. We can make fun of him. We can, and with Patterson around, that was always prevalent. I think that's where Bruce learned a lot of his antics. It's from Patterson, and how Patterson would find things to make fun of and to have a laugh on and tell jokes about or whatever. That was just Patterson's personality. So it was a unique thing, to say the least. So I'm glad Cornette got off the road, but he helped the WWE a lot. Cornette did while he was there. He really did a good job.
Match number 4 on the show. We've got Goldust pinning Mark Mero in 11 minutes and 1 second. The match got 2 3/4 stars. Mero's going to debut his new finisher, which is a shooting star press here. They're going to call it the Wild Thing. Meltzer would say, however, Goldust still won the match with the curtain call. After the match, Goldust acted as if he was going to sexually molest Sable and was scaring her to death when Mero finally got up and made the comeback and basically beat Goldust to the back. For some reason, these two didn't work as well as you'd think. Goldust's knee may have been bothering him, as he didn't do all that much. I like the whole concept of Mankind coming out here in the middle of the match and chasing Sable around and calling her mommy and her freaking out. That's sort of fun for what it is.
Mommy.
It's tremendous.
Mommy.
It
was sick when it was, Conrad.
Mark,
it might have been fun for some. It was sick. I'm telling you.
I kind of assumed going into this, well, after what happened to King of the Ring, Mark Mero's going to win. Goldust gets the win. What did you think?
Well, we had higher hopes for Goldust than we did Mero, and Goldust took ownership of his that crazy persona that he was given. And always say this about Dustin: he made the best out of what he was given to work with, because there was until Gorgeous George, there was no character that created a homophobic reaction. Maybe Adrian Street in the territories, but Dustin took a character that had been really wasn't a molded character, wasn't established. Somebody had already done it, and they had done it. Like I said, Gorgeous George was the first, and it's funny how you look at today's PC world we live in. That Goldust character, not unlike Gorgeous George, was built around homophobia. Not real good, but at that time it wasn't politically incorrect because it was looked at as comedy, or whatever you want to say. But Goldust was breaking through and could take bumps. He could feed a comeback. He had a unique character. The team of he and his wife at the time, Marlena, was excellent. They looked good on television. They had a great presentation. So it was all good stuff. So I think Goldust had kind of stepped ahead of the line, is how I look at it. And that would include Mero in this situation.
It's interesting to me that we give him this new finish, a hot new move, the shooting star press, and it's not the finish. Next up, we've got Jerry Lawler and Jake Roberts, and they go 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Meltzer hated it, but man, I just disagree. I think this is tremendous old school stuff. it really starts with Lawler coming out and doing the comedy show. He's going to do one joke after another on a live mic as he makes his way to the ring. He's going to make fun of Cleveland, of course, and he's going to be wearing a Baltimore Ravens jersey. And
Cheap heat because he loved Cleveland.
Of course.
You know that he was reluctant to play that role, but what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
I'm sure it pained him, and all due respect to the Baltimore Ravens, the big rival, I guess, at that point in time, or a rival of Cleveland. But Lawler, I think, had some hesitation just internally that he's got to go out there in front of his people that he loves and embraces every chance he gets to talk about them. He loved the Indians. So, you know, he was a Cleveland guy. So he had to kind of stretch it a little bit to turn the audience against him because they all knew that Jerry Lawler was a huge Cleveland loyalist and had been his entire life. So it wasn't a new development. But I think they did about what they could have done. I think you're right about that, Conrad. It was booked for comedy, and that's kind of what you got. You got 4 minutes and 7 seconds of a comedy presentation by and large, and then using the Jake's alleged drinking issues as a part of the storyline.
I loved the whole setup here. You know, I see why people might be offended, but you know, it is what it is. They're making quote unquote wino jokes at Jake Roberts. Of course, Jake pulls the snake out. He's going to chase Lawler with it. Eventually they start the match. Roberts is going to tease the DDT a few times, but it ends with Lawler hitting Roberts in the chest with the big bottle of Jack Daniels and getting the pin. And then after the match, he pours what is supposedly a bottle of whiskey down Roberts' throats and all over his face. And when he tries to do it a second time, Mark Henry, who had been on commentary, stops him from doing so. And that, of course, sets up Mark Henry and Jerry Lawler. So a nice way to introduce Mark Henry into the fold, make him a baby face, tell a story. And listen, I know that, you know, maybe they're not out here doing Hurricane Ranas and Tope Suicidas, but they told a story and the fans were entertained. It's old school, but I dug it.
Yeah, I didn't, you know, I'm a Lawler fan, big time. And that's why he wasn't on commentary.
Yeah.
He was wrestling, which he'd rather do anyway. He'd rather have a comedy match with Jake Roberts in 4 minutes and 7 seconds than do the commentary for the whole show.
Of course.
Still that way. He still loves to wrestle. It's amazing to me. I followed Jerry on Facebook and on Twitter, for example, and he's always got a booking. I asked him famously, when are you going to stop this shit? You're 70 something. When are you going to quit? And he said to me, with not an extra thought, when they stop booking me, I'll stop going. So that's his philosophy. And if it's making him happy and he can still out there and execute the few things that he does, the comebacks, the selling, the pulling the strap down, throwing his right hands, nobody in the business throws a better punch than Jerry Lawler. You can look back at some of those old clips on social media. You know, he's pretty amazing. And he got a lot of that from Jackie Fargo, who was noted a brawler and had a great punch and so forth. So I'm with you, Conrad. I didn't think that was I did not think it was a dud.
Yeah.
But if you're just looking for pure wrestling and wrestling 101, it may have left some lacking. But not me. I'm with you, Conrad, on this one. I was kind of entertained by it.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, we're both big fans of Lawler, so we're probably biased, but I dug it. The only thing that is a little, probably wish they had that back, is when Lawler's making all these jokes that are not exactly nice. The babyface Mark Henry can't help but laugh on commentary. So, but hey, it's his first outing. He's having a good time. He's probably nervous too. Next up, though, two guys who should be nervous. It's the Boiler Room match. We've talked about this a lot. But Mankind's going to beat the Undertaker in 26 minutes and 20 seconds. You know, this was filmed ahead of time, and then they're going to play it on a screen on a series of televisions that they push out at ringside, and I'm sure on the big screen itself. But then they bring the action back into the arena,
right?
Much like they did for WrestleMania 12 with Piper and Goldust. And that's where we see the big moment, the big turn, the thing that people thought would never happen, where Paul Bearer would turn his back on the Undertaker and smash him with the urn. It's an interesting concept of a match. and still to this day, one of the more memorable matches in wrestling history. Maybe not just because of the violence that happened backstage, but specifically the Paul Bearer turn. This is got to be something that makes you grin ear to ear, knowing that you're the guy who pushed for Foley. And now not only is he working with The Undertaker on pay-per-view, but as a result of Foley being involved here and the success of the Mankind character, the whole Paul Bearer turn, that forever changed, wrestling. I mean, this shaped a lot of little kids in the crowd had only grown up with The Undertaker and Paul Bearer, and to separate them was a major, major deal.
Yeah, it was a major deal. That was the focus of the whole match, was just how do we embellish the turn?
Yes.
And I thought we did a nice job with that because it was incredible. We needed to come off as incredulous. I can't believe what we're seeing type thing. Pull an old line from Jack Buck. I can't believe what I've just seen. And that was kind of the feeling you want to generate in your own verbal way. So I thought that was I don't know what ratings that Meltzer gave it. I didn't.
He didn't, and because it was taped. He doesn't give taped matches a rating, but
okay.
Still, he says no rating because much of it was taped. But Bear was great doing the turn, and both worked very hard. The only negative was that the boiler room stuff lasted too long and needed commentary and crowd noise. The announcers did a great job with the turn. So, do you remember in hindsight who made the call for there not to be commentary on the backstage?
Vince, yeah, Vince. Okay. Yeah, let it ambient, let it grow, let it be natural. I thought that was a mistake.
Yeah.
If nothing else, we could have just added a little narrative here, there, and yon, some reacts.
Yeah.
So that was just me. It's not trying to get more airtime. I didn't get paid by the word. And nobody did out there. But that's what Vince wanted. He thought it would be a different touch because it's such a unique environment. The match was so unique. As I said, wrestlers are not taught to learn how to simulate a match when you're taking bumps on the concrete floor, or you're in that boiler room like environment, what you perceive a boiler room to look like. So it was just it needed a little bit of help in that respect. But I will agree with this with Meltzer, that I thought it might have been a little too long.
Yeah.
Just a little too long. And maybe adding the three voices of Hennig and McMahon and myself might have helped that a little bit as far as the TV presentation was concerned. But that's not what the boss wanted. So we gave them exactly what he booked.
The main event is why we're here. Shawn Michaels is going to pin Vader to retain the WWF title. Meltzer would say Vader has noticeably dropped weight. And Cornette does a pre-match interview. It's an excellent match. But this is one of those matches where we get lots of stops and starts. Vader presses Michaels and drops his throat over the guardrail, and the bell rings, signaling a count-out win at 13:53. Of course, Cornette's ranting and raving. He doesn't want a count-out win. He challenges Shawn to restart the match. And while it doesn't appear that Shawn ever accepted, the match was officially restarted. And at this point, Vader goes after Jose Lothario, which gives Cornette a chance to use the racket on Vader. Vader gets a near fall with a belly to belly. Eventually, after 2 minutes and 10 seconds, we get the DQ. And of course, it's because the racket was involved. But once again, Cornette's going to ask for the match to be restarted as they're doing this pull apart brawl. Gorilla Monsoon, who's the commissioner here, okays it. And finally, Shawn hits the super kick, but Vader kicks out. Then there's a ref bump. Vader hits the power bomb. And now there's no referee to count the fall. A second ref counts the fall, but of course, Shawn kicks out. Vader's climbing up for the Vader bomb, but Cornette tells him to go to the top for the moonsault. Of course, Vader misses that. Shawn climbs to the top for the moonsault body block and gets the pin at the third restart. Meltzer loved the match, gave it 4 stars. And that's not even the best part of the match, or the part that people talk about. There's a spot in the match where Shawn goes up top for what most would assume would be an elbow drop, but there was some type of miscommunication. Shawn lands on his feet, kicks Vader directly in the head, and yells at him right there in the ring, "Move!" And famously, this is where Shawn got frustrated and blew his stack at Vader because the match wasn't going as planned. And I think the rumor and innuendo is Shawn had complained that Vader had been too stiff on the house shows leading up to this. And this all comes to a head, and Vader's future with the WWF has forever changed as a result of this match. What do you remember about this?
Well, nothing good. You don't lose your cool like that. Shawn had the license to lose his cool because of his influence with the office.
Yeah.
And Shawn knew that Vince was going to back him no matter what he did. And that's what happened. But Shawn overplayed his hand, in my estimation. It was very unprofessional. And he's just lucky Vader didn't beat the shit out of it, because Leon could have. Leon was hungry. Leon wanted the opportunity. Leon's, like we talked about earlier, these guys that make a lot of money, and they're touring Japan seemingly and almost endlessly. He needed an American base. And now he's in the main event of a major pay-per-view, wrestling for the biggest title that we have. So Leon had traveled a lot of miles. He had lost weight. He had showed a better commitment to what he was doing. And so I just thought it was a totally uncalled for. Shawn had the deck stacked, and because he had Vince in his back pocket. Vince has often told me, that goddamn Shawn Michaels reminds me of me when I was younger. Okay. Did you do a lot of super kicks when you were young, Vince?
Yeah, right.
But he's talking obviously about Shawn's attitude, his demeanor, that type of thing, Conrad. So it was it wasn't good. It should have, and the damn match got, as Meltzer's ratings, it got 4 stars.
A good match.
Yeah. And it could have been a 5-star match if some of that childish bullshit had not occurred.
It's a shame that it went down like this. I do want to mention that the original plan, according to the rumor and innuendo, was we were going to have this finish here and then a Survivor Series in Madison Square Garden where Vader would become the champion, and then a rematch 2 months later at the big show in San Antonio at the Dome. It'd be a homecoming of sorts for Shawn Michaels, and Shawn would be crowned champion again. And his second run of his boyhood dream would happen in his hometown. But apparently Shawn's not happy with the way this match goes. They call an audible, and instead his old pal Sid Vicious gets the nod, and Psycho Sid would become the world champion at Madison Square Garden instead. And really, it feels like Vader never got that momentum back again. Do you think, for lack of a better word, Shawn ended Vader's push?
Yeah.
It's cemented in Vince's mind. He's not ready.
Shawn explained to Vince why he didn't want to work with Leon. It went from everything I remember one time, I had to chew Leon's ass out because he didn't take it seriously, that you got to wash your fucking gear.
Right.
You can't let your sweaty gear, sit in your travel bag between bookings. You're off the road, so when the loop is over, you go home, you wash your stuff. And Leon had a propensity to just leave his stuff in his bag. And, I had a phone conversation with him one time about that. And the bad part was, and I learned from this, he put me on the speakerphone. And I chewed his ass out with his wife listening. And she ironically agreed with everything I said. You got to take personal responsibility, Leon. You got to wash your shit. You got to wash your gear. So he comes back, and, Shawn's, another thing, he got in my face, so to speak, and said, I'm not going to work with him no matter if you book it or not, because he won't wash his gear and it stinks. I get all that stink all over me. It's horrible. So I sent one of the Hebners, maybe Dave Hebner, out to buy a lifetime supply of Febreze air freshener. And what I should have got was Ozium. It's an air freshener that a lot of dope smokers use. You've
heard that. Yeah.
I heard that rumor. So so all that shit was so unnecessary.
Yeah.
And you got an athletic monster heel that had universal name identity. And because one guy got his feelings hurt or he was too stiff, I'd never heard of, I done a lot of due diligence on Leon when we brought him to WCW. Because I brought him in to work. I saw the match with Hanson and Leon, where Leon's eye was hanging,
Yeah.
dangling. And I thought, God damn, man, I can see some more of this and like it. Not to get a guy hurt, but just their organic and natural physicality had me mesmerized. So we brought them both into WCW. Then ironically, when they got there, they didn't want to work together much.
Right.
So much of that concept. But I thought Leon was a fine and a good signing for us. Had he slowed down a little bit? Yeah, he slowed down a little bit, but he had lost some weight and he was trying to get in decent shape. And sometimes when you're big like that and you're gassed a little bit, you can end up being a little stiff inadvertently.
Yeah.
You're just the way it is. So it's a finite art too. You're throwing a punch, you miss, this much, and it's a potato. If you miss this much again, I'm going to talk to Vince, which was, that was his go-to. You would think he would come to talent relations or he'd come to the agent. This match that we just talked about, Connie, the Vader Michaels match, had Pat Patterson's fingerprints all over it.
Yeah.
As you read it, I could say that's Pat's idea.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons Meltzer liked it because Meltzer enjoyed Patterson's booking by and large because he'd grown up watching Patterson book his own angles in San Francisco. That was one of his go-tos. Roy Shire's wrestling, and Pat Patterson as one of the stars. And anybody that studies the business knows that Patterson had a whole lot to say about his own booking. He helped, and he was good at it. So Roy Shire got a bonus there. He got a guy that was emotionally involved in his own program, would come up with new ideas for his scenarios, and it worked out real well. So it was just so unfortunate. It's just childish, unprofessional, and should never have happened. And I'm only glad that over the course of time, Sean has changed, and he's not that, at least my knowledge, he's not that overbearing guy that was always seemingly at the center of controversy. And I'm glad that he's changed for the better, quite frankly. Of course, being drug and alcohol free doesn't hurt things. So now you're clear headed again. You're not in a cloud around you like you would have otherwise. So, but it was just bad. Leon missed out on the title at that point in time. Sid was seen seemingly for Sean anyway, a less of a evil, less, and the Sean beating a man the size of Sid would be the equivalent of him beating a guy the size of Vader.
Yeah.
It's a smaller baby face overcoming, except this time he overcame in a stadium in his hometown. So quite frankly, that made sense, that scenario, but you could have put Vader in that spot and continue to build your story as easily as not. It just didn't work out that way. And it was unfortunate.
Maybe it's unfair to ask, but how much of the heat on Vader, let me try to rephrase it. We just said that Shawn Michaels had a big blow up with Jim Cornette. Do you think that played into any of Shawn not wanting to work with Vader? I know you mentioned, well, he didn't like his gear and he thought he could be stiff, but also too, I'm sure Shawn thought, and I fucking hate his manager. We just had this big blow up. I just want to be done with this. If I work with Sid, I don't have to worry about smelly gear or getting stiffed, and I don't ever have to work with Jim Cornette again.
It probably had a factor. I don't know how big a factor, but I'm sure it had, Corny was closely associated at that point in time with Big Van Vader.
Yeah.
Leon White. So I'm sure there was some baggage that traveled along on that journey that Shawn was going to play upon. And of course, going to Vince, having one conversation with Vince regarding his issues, Shawn's issues, was all it took. And Shawn may have had the idea to put Sid in that spot. It's not a bad idea. You can't poke holes in Sid getting that booking. Sid, like you said earlier, looked great as a champion. He looked great in the ring. He had great presence. But the way it came about was totally unprofessional and unnecessary, quite frankly.
Your boy Bruce has said over the years, we didn't get the WCW Vader. We didn't get the monster Vader. We didn't that guy was gone. We got the guy who got beat by Hulk Hogan's leg drop. Do you agree with that?
Not really.
Me neither.
Not really. It's how you booked, how you brought in. We didn't do vignettes on Vader of any significance. We didn't set the table for him. I understand Bruce's point of view, and I'm not disagreeing just for the sake of disagreeing. JR disagreeing with Bruce again. That ain't it. I thought we got what we thought we were going to get, and but it didn't work out. So you got to put the blame someplace. It couldn't be the booking. It couldn't be creative, for God's sakes. It couldn't be how we presented the guy, and the fact that Leon probably didn't get the quality time in front of Vince that he should have. I think that's the case. So Leon didn't have a big fan club there, and I never did understand why. I think he was stiff at times. He was very physical, but I never heard of him hurting people. Having a stiff match is a different ballgame than actually going out and injuring people. And I don't recall, and I might be wrong about this. Fans listening could probably point that out better than I. But doggone, I didn't remember Vader being a guy that every time you work with him, he sent somebody to the hospital or they're off work because of the injuries due to his match. So I understand Bruce's point, but I also think that Leon was looked at differently in WCW as a talent and as a man than he was in WWE. And I can't exactly tell you why, because I don't know the answer.
Let's mention that this show only got a 29.1% thumbs up in the Wrestling Observer based on the readers' vote, 47.7% thumbs down, and 23.2% thumbs in the middle. Maybe it's just because I look back at this era with rose-colored glasses, but the combination of the free-for-all, the Mankind turn, and I enjoyed the Jake Lawler thing, and in the main event, I gave this a thumbs up, Jim.
I would give it a thumbs in the middle, Conrad, just because I appreciate the work ethic and how hard everybody worked. And some of those items you pointed out, I do agree with, quite frankly. We knew going into this thing, we wanted to have a hell of a pairing and maintain and continue the story with Vader and Shawn. We wanted to have a great turn and get Paul Bearer away from Taker and put him with Mankind. That was successful. The match with Shawn and Leon was not a bad match.
No,
whatsoever. It just could have had a better. I'm sure a lot of people are listening to this that weren't even aware of some of those things in that main event. Now you can go back and watch it. You can see what we're talking about because it wasn't edited. What's on TV is what's left of that scenario is still there for the eye to see. So it might be something you want to go back and take a look at. But I would say thumbs in the middle. The 14 tag didn't do it for me. Savio as a babyface didn't do it for me. But it's just sometimes that's what happens. It looks better on paper than it does in the ring.
Well, and that's the case here. This only drew 157,000 buys. It's the worst drawing SummerSlam of all time. The prior year with Mabel and Diesel, they got 205,000. And what's weird about this is King of the Ring in 95 got 150,000 buys, got 197,000 buys a year later. So on the heels of that major show, you would think, oh, we're trending upwards, but this is way down. And even when you fast forward to Survivor Series 95 got 128,000 buys, 199,000 buys here for Survivor Series in 96. So for whatever reason, this didn't draw. And I'm sure a lot of people who were making a case that maybe Vader didn't belong in this spot, they hang their hat on that.
Yeah, they do. They got to make it. Everybody wants to go away from the real reasons. And I think that's the case here. Does Vader have some ownership in this matters? Absolutely.
Of course.
But so does Shawn. I don't know that Shawn was the most desirable babyface. Shawn Michaels is an incredible heel. Absolutely incredible. But everybody's got to take some ownership. Everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon when something's great. Oh, we did this, we did that. Bottom line, it's a team effort. And I understand Bruce's point of view, I don't agree with it totally, but I can see his point of view, quite frankly. I understand what he's getting at.
Let's do a question here, and then let's wrap up this SummerSlam 1996 episode. We're going to preview what's coming next week, and we got some other stuff. Hang tight. But Brian wants to know, Jim, was there a gimmick that Al Snow would say no to?
I never heard it. Al's an old school guy, man.
Yeah.
Al was getting booked, Conrad.
Sure.
He was getting booked, and he's getting paid fairly, and he's getting paid regularly. And Al, like a lot of guys, he's like Lawler in the sense that Al had rather wrestle than any other job within the wrestling business. So I don't know. He didn't turn nothing down but the covers, as my granny would say.
We're not turning anything down either over at jrsbbq.com. Business is good. The all-purpose seasoning is back in stock. It's flying off the shelves, and it's in 2 sizes. That's jrsbbq.com. We've got a jumbo size episode next week coming up too, Jim. We've got the SmackDown series debut. Of course, I guess this is technically the 2nd episode, but this is really going to be the beginning of the end for Vince Russo in the WWF. And of course, it's all based around The Rock. It seems like it's to showcase him in late 99. So that's what we'll be doing next week. But in between now and then, Jim, I'm going to be firing up the grill about every day. Over the weekend, I smoked some ribs. I cooked a steak, and I had a tuna steak, and your seasoning came in handy every single time. I picked it up at jrsbbq.com, and you can too, right, Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. I got a text from Stephen Link, who runs the website, operations guy. I think that in the short time we've had the seasoning back in stock, we sold something like 500 bottles. It's incredible.
Yeah.
People really like it there. And I love to get the feedback on Twitter or Facebook, wherever it may be, on how they use it. You know, like we've said this before, my lovely little granddaughter, she uses it on popcorn. But I use it on a lot of things. It's just wonderful. I mean, anything I put on my stovetop, if I want to cook potatoes or other vegetables, when I go back to Oklahoma and I get where I can do my grilling, it's on everything. It's nothing that doesn't work well with and enhance that flavor. And that's hard to say. That's a big statement, covers a lot of ground. So it's doing well, and business has been good. You know, people are realizing, Conrad, that getting outside and grilling is healthier. It's kind of a family gathering, or you're gathering with your buddies. I know you have a lot of your buddies that come over when you cook out, a lot of your carnivore husky friends. But it's wonderful. One of the things I enjoy doing when I am in Oklahoma and I'm out in that outdoor kitchen is being able to hang with my buddies and watch. I got a 55-inch TV out there. So I'm out there watching football.
Can't hide money.
And so, but my buddies love it. I got, nice furniture out there, and I got a Coke machine that keeps all my beers and my Cokes or my soft drinks cold. It's just it's fun to be around your buddies in that environment, because guys like to shoot the shit.
Yep. Smoke
a cigar, whatever it may be, and enjoy each other's company. And then eat. Brothers got to eat, Conrad. Brothers got to eat. So I'm enjoying it. So right now business is good, and I'm really pleased when I see people saying, I ordered my products from you on Monday and they arrived on Thursday.
Hard to beat.
Yeah, it is. And so and if we do drop the ball, we're very willing to pick the ball back up and restart the game and make sure everything's cool. So everything's good. jrsbbq.com. It don't cost nothing to look, and we got some great packages. I still sign Under the Black Hat and Slobberknocker books, personalize those there. So that makes a great gift. So I think we're geared up. It's well stocked to go into the holiday season where we're not going to have any issues whatsoever.
We're excited to be here with you every single week, and we're excited to mention that we'll be back next week covering the debut of SmackDown as a series. By the way, if you'd like to get these shows early and ad free, feel free to join us over at adfreeshows.com. JR is doing bonus content every single month. And so is everyone else that we broadcast with, from Art Anderson to Tony Schiavone to Kurt Angle and everybody in between, with tons of other great stuff that you can't see anywhere else, like X-Ray with Dr. Tom Pritchard. We're going to break down an old classic wrestling match and explain why the performers are doing what they're doing. You've also got our great Conversations with Conrad series. You'll hear from Jim Hurd for the first time in forever. And unfortunately, we have the final interview with David Crockett and so much more.
Jimmy Crockett,
apologies. We did have David Crockett on though recently to watch an old Great American Bash with Tony Schiavone. We're Crockett crazy over at adfreeshows.com. Go check it out. And if you'd like to advertise on this show, check out advertisewithconrad.com. We'll be back next week talking all things SmackDown right here on Grillin' JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross.
Thank you very much, Conrad. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I also appreciate everybody watching or listening to our studio sessions. And it's starting to find its home. And I'm getting a lot more feedback on it than I had when we first started. I think people have discovered it, found it, Conrad. And so that drops on Fridays, as you well know. You're the booker. I'm just a job guy.
Oh, whatever. Listen to you. Check it out. Studio sessions here. Jim Ross, old radio interviews from Atlanta in their entirety, only at adfreeshows.com. We'll see you next week right here on Grilling JR.
Take care of yourself, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate your business and support.
Well, you know what I'm going to say now. 1997 was my favorite year in wrestling, and what a great show SummerSlam 97 was. In this era, WCW had the stronger undercard, but a really weak main event. Not in the WWF, man, they're hitting on all cylinders here. It's Undertaker and Bret Hart with Shawn Michaels as a special guest referee, and it is quite the story. The chair shot heard around the world, the loogie, and what do you know? Bret Hart is world champion again. A phenomenal show for the first time back in New Jersey. We're going to touch on all the behind the scenes of why they weren't in Jersey for so long and how they celebrated being able to return. And we also talked about how everything changed that night for Steve Austin. It's kind of interesting because people talk about the injury with Owen Hart and say, oh man, this was bad for Steve's career. But I bring up, was it really? Because in hindsight, they had to work around that now. So we can't just have traditional, 6, 7, 8 minute TV matches every week. Now they've got to find a segment where he can still get over and then keep this momentum going, but he can't actually wrestle. So he winds up doing things like stunning Vince McMahon in Madison Square Garden and getting arrested. So it's a weird deal, but there was a silver lining in that dark cloud. SummerSlam 97 is such an interesting show. You also get a rather regrettable match with Brian Pillman and Goldust. We'll touch on the behind-the-scenes intricacies of that relationship, and it's one of the last times that we got to see Brian Pillman on a pay-per-view match. And there's just so much meat on the bone for 97. I could talk about this forever, but instead, just enjoy the archives here from Grillin' JR, SummerSlam 97. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grillin' JR with the voice of wrestling, Jim Ross. JR, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. Good. I feel good. I had a good weekend. For the 22nd year in a row, we had a Oklahoma football coaches dinner at one of my friend's restaurants that he closed down, and we had big bone-in ribeye steaks and all kinds of good stuff, man. And by the way, you would like this, Conrad. We had a open bar.
Oh, hell yeah.
For 3.5 hours. So I woke up this morning hazy. I was hazy. But it's all good. Had a great time. We rebooked the territory, so to speak, at the football. We called all the plays, and but I had a good time. Good time. A lot of friends. So I'm ready to go. This is a good show. We got some good stuff to talk about today, and stuff even that we're not even officially talking about. We're going to talk about. So I like these days. Absolutely. These recording days are the best days of the week for me. It's all good. So it's good, man. Hey, I got a lot of comments this past week on, and all those shows, folks, we're going to have a lot of fun. You notice our shows are fan friendly. They're price fan friendly. You'll find no more friendly guys than us. We enjoy meeting the fans, taking pictures, signing your swag, bring your souvenirs, all that stuff. We'll have some pictures and things as well. And Conrad's always coming with all kinds of lovely prizes and little bonuses and all those premiums, I guess you'd say. Anyway, it's going to be good. But I got a lot of good positive comments about your show with Bruce on me.
Wow.
And yeah, there's good feedback, and everybody, most everybody liked it. Some thought Bruce was a little shitty a couple of times, but I didn't detect that, quite frankly. But the only thing I would take exception to him thinking that him trying to pass off and bullshit his way through another one by saying that anybody should see that the Dr. Heine was nothing but love for JR. Now, folks, here's the deal. If you remember that obscene piece of shit, then I wish you'd tell me. You can tweet me at JRSBBQ. What was funny about it? Tell me what was funny about it, and maybe I'm missing the joke. If so, I'll reset. But anyway, it wasn't fun. It upset my family and it upset my wife. And now with my sensitivities of my wife gone, and I think about things that pissed her off, hurt her feelings, more importantly, more specifically, it ain't funny. So sorry. It's like some of their TV they've been producing. It ain't funny. Ain't entertaining. It's like the high school drama class sometimes. Leave it alone. Just wrestle. Just fucking wrestle, be physical. And is that too much to ask Conrad, just to wrestle, be physical, and tell me great stories?
No, I don't think it is. And I think that's what we're going to be talking about today. And I know it's what we talked about last week. Great American Bash 1989. I got tremendous feedback over this. I feel like we introduced a lot of new fans to that show for the first time. And I don't know that you saw this, but with the update to the WWE Network, you can sort of see what's trending. And last week when our episode dropped, a lot of people were watching. It was trending on the WWE Network.
It's good. Well, we've hit a pulse with our show, and your concept is working amazingly well, and it's the best format I've worked in. I needed to get away from being by myself, months ago, and then thank goodness we crossed paths, and here we are. But I really like what we're doing. I think it's got the fans' interest. I know that our numbers are increasing, and we appreciate that. We appreciate you telling your friends about our show. Hell, the damn thing is free, folks. If you like our conversation, why don't you just subscribe? It don't cost you a damn dime. Not a damn dime. So we appreciate your business in that deal. But I listen to the show. I think Bruce did pretty good. But look, he and Eric both are in a tough spot, man. They got to be careful on what they say or they don't say. They have to be careful how they embellish. They are working for WWE. They're getting paid, I'm sure, very handsomely for their efforts, as they should. So how do you go? You can't go out there and piss in the box of Cheerios every week on your podcast. It ain't going to work. So there'll be a coming to Jesus meeting on that deal if it does persist. But I understand the jam those guys are in. But Conrad, you and I ain't no jam. We can say what the hell we want.
Well, and there's no jam in today's episode. We teased last week that we were going to cover SummerSlam 97. So of course we are. And I errantly put out that we were covering Ron Simmons. So we are going to be doing a Ron Simmons episode, and it will be the very first bonus show that we drop on our Patreon. No, the Patreon is not ready yet. We're still in the process of procuring some backlog stuff that I think fans will be really excited about. But we got a nod in the right direction of the last week or so. So stay tuned for that. More bonus content. I can't imagine that we've heard the best of JR, and there'll be more of that on Patreon. But without further ado, let's get to SummerSlam 1997. We're talking about this, of course, because it went down roughly this time, 22 years ago now? Yeah, August 3rd, 1997 at the Continental Airlines Arena in New Jersey. And this is the first televised WWF event from East Rutherford in like 8 years. I think since SummerSlam 89. And a lot of this is because of the tax laws that had impacted wrestling shows in New Jersey. And then in 1997, the New Jersey governor, Mrs. Whitman, she lifted the taxes, which led to the WWF returning to New Jersey with televised events. And they even presented her with a women's championship, which there wasn't even a women's championship in this era yet, but they brought back and commissioned an old one with a pink leather strap, and Vince McMahon signed it to to our future president of the United States, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Pretty cool deal. I mean, this is in your home territory. New Jersey has been a wrestling hotbed for a long time, and it had to be a big deal for you guys to be able to return there on pay-per-view. It
was multi-layered, Conrad, because there was a whole big lobbying thing and discussions about, WWE getting taxed like a a sport, and there was athletic this and athletic that, and it was a money grab, obviously. And so, and the governor, and she was a nice lady. I met her, really nice, Christy Whitman. I thought she'd go farther in politics than she did. I don't know where she's at right now, but nonetheless, she was very accommodating, and she brought more business into her state in New Jersey by doing so. So she was a good lady in that regard. You always remember those trips for TV that are close to home. And when you travel as much as we did in those days, every week, every Monday night in another location, those short trips are very well thought of. So it was a good day, good short trip, packed house. I mean, we did 20,000 people there, I think, something like that. It was amazing. It was a big house, and I thought the show was pretty damn good, actually, by and large. There's some bad news on it, but we'll get into that.
I guess we should mention that his testimony, Vince McMahon's, from February of '89, when he appeared in front of the state of New Jersey Senate, said that wrestling should be defined as, quote, an activity in which participants struggle and hand to hand primarily for the purposes of providing entertainment to spectators rather than conducting a bona fide athletic contest. Now, of course, in February of '89, you're in Chicago calling Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat for the world title. Mm-hmm. What are you guys thinking of Vince McMahon's testimony here in New Jersey?
Well, it was a touchy subject for the old timers like me, that because he was taking down the wall of the kayfabe wall, or what really goes on behind the closed door. And I think a lot of people are a little bit concerned about that to some degree anyway. How much is he going to release? How much is he going to talk about? How are the follow-up interviews going to be proceeded? But I think what we've done is we gave the media and the fans enough credit. They kind of knew what was going on all along. You know, it's the same old deal, man. Throw me in the turnbuckle, jump in that second rope, and punch me 10 times in the face, and I don't bleed. I don't swell. I don't have no redness, no discoloration. It's a work. So we do that to ourselves all the time. We just don't want to admit it. We're stupid in how we expose the business inadvertently. So the only thing, how far is he going to go with this deal? And but we also knew that if the athletic commissions in a lot of these states were for wrestling were done away with, Conrad, it was going to make, at that time for me, WCW more money, because we could enjoy the success of having the taxes relieved a little bit. And that was really the bottom line of the whole damn thing, tax relief and making it more affordable to run some of these markets.
I guess we should mention that coming into this show, SummerSlam 97, the company is riding high on that hugely successful pay-per-view that we just recently covered, Canadian Stampede, right there in Calgary. The feeling coming out of that show is that it's the best show of the year. And now we're going to try to keep that momentum going, but the business is certainly trending up, especially compared to like 95. It's up a little bit from 96, but way up from 95. Your paid attendance at 95 is averaging 3,275 fans. That's in August of 95. August of 96, you're way up, 5,486 fans. And then again, we're up a little bit more in 97, 5,615 fans. Now, what does that mean in dollars and cents? Your average gate in 95, 44 grand. Your average gate in 96, 80 grand. Your average gate in 97, 88 grand. Now, ratings, for whatever reason, most would say the NWO have actually started to dip a little bit. 95 would be a 2.1, 96 will be a 2.0, and 97 is a 1.6. And as a result, buy rates are actually down a little bit. So it's weird that folks are coming out to see your live show, but they're choosing something different on Monday Night Raw. And maybe they're having to pick the WCW pay-per-views instead of the WWF pay-per-views. Your average revenues on your pay-per-views go from 2.66 in 95 to 2.19 in 96. And now we're down to just 1.7 in 97. What does it say to you, somebody who's been in the business for decades, when house show attendance is up, but ratings and pay-per-view revenue is down?
It means to me that WCW was producing a more compelling television show, and the inclusion of Hall and Nash, and then the Hogan thing, turning heel, it trumped everything we did until we got to Tyson and Austin. and then business picked up for us a little bit. But I think that's the bottom line. Generally, Conrad, we could all make, and wrestling people are bad about this. We like to make excuses and not take responsibility for our shortcomings sometimes. The bottom line is that we weren't giving the fans what they wanted to see at a higher level than WCW was with the NWO, and they were riding that horse because it was the hottest thing going.
Right.
And we were waiting. We kept. That's why this show in New Jersey was so crucial in a lot of ways. It almost killed us because Stone Cold got hurt, and that would have been horrific for a lot of reasons. Obviously, human side of it, but we were just putting our team together and rebounding, and I think that we just hadn't quite caught up. And then on those 83 weeks that we got our ass kicked, they kicked our ass because they did a better show, and they had more compelling stuff. And a lot of guys don't want to admit that. Oh no, it wasn't that. Well, it was that McDonald's down the street was opening up, and hell of a crowd there for those damn cheeseburgers. Come on, man, we didn't have what they wanted to see. And then when Austin started getting over and moving out of the heel side into the babyface side, then, and I bet you a lot of people listening to this don't even know what a character babyface is, but that's a Dusty Rhodes is a character babyface. Ricky Steamboat was a babyface. Their personalities, they're not the clean cut, it's just a different thing, the character babyface. Austin was moving from heel to character babyface. It would never be a total babyface because he would never let himself be that. But we're waiting on Austin to evolve, Conrad, but quite frankly, they're putting a better team on the field, whipping their ass at that point in time.
Let's talk about, this show in particular, famous for a lot of reasons, of course. It's going to lay the groundwork for all the upcoming pay-per-views, specifically Survivor Series. 97 is most famous for this USA versus Canada rivalry. We've got the Hart Foundation on the one side and pretty much anybody they feud with on the American side. But Stone Cold Steve Austin is going to use this feud to really help springboard him to another level. Just an amazing time in wrestling history, and certainly in the WWF history. And during the summer of 97, you guys would have a Raw in America. And of course the heels from Canada were just booed out of the building. But meanwhile, the next week you'd have a show in Canada, and it is a total flip flop. It is a hero's welcome for the Hart Foundation. And the same is true for the Americans, like Stone Cold. Super hero here in America. But the most dastardly, loudest boos, major heat in Canada. Nothing like that had ever really existed in wrestling, at least that I know of. Is that true?
That's pretty accurate. I think so. Austin was a phenomenon. The NWO thing was a collage. It's an ensemble cast, of really good components, good booking, good creative, but an ensemble cast nonetheless. Austin was a solo act. And for a while, Conrad, as fans will remember, there was never a hotter, and I, in all due respect to Hogan, who was, he's still top of the mark for his tenure and how many years on top, because you got to count the Japan work he did on top, the AWA work he did on top, and notwithstanding all the WWF stuff and WWE stuff subsequently. But Austin was a phenomenon. Guys like him don't come along. Now, we were very lucky that we had two. We had Stone Cold and we had The Rock. So we had the old deal. We had basically Joe Montana and Steve Young. We had two all-pro quarterbacks that you're just waiting to see who's with the most playing time. And so Steve getting hurt was horrific. But we thank God we had a good balanced roster, and we had this other young guy named Dwayne Johnson who was rising up the ladder as well. So we were fortunate in some ways there, but it was just, we all sensed that Austin was going to be extraordinary. The fans are responding to him. Every measurable was checking all the boxes. Merchandise sales off the hook. Nobody ever sold as much merchandise as Stone Cold did in that era. And they got better. As they got more over, he sold more stuff. And so I think that we dodged a hell of a bullet there with his injury on that night. But it was just a really great competitive situation. Competition is good for everybody. I don't care who it is. What entity you're in. Football, business, podcasting, wrestling, whatever it might be. Competition is good for everybody, and we experienced that there with these cats. They shoved it up our ass and made us like it, so to speak. And all we could do was keep working and work. That's what I tell the guys every week. We're only as good as the last show. So now let's go out and do another one. And we keep putting good shows together back to back. Somewhere along the way, we're going to turn the corner and we're going to be right where we need to be. And it happened.
That absolutely happened, but it wasn't happening yet here in the summer of 97 on the opposite channel. Dennis Rodman is going to make his wrestling debut for WCW at Bash at the Beach. And I'm going to bring this up because there's been lots of rumor and innuendo where you guys tried to put together a deal for him the year prior in 1996, where perhaps he would work with Goldust, perhaps something at WrestleMania. Of course, we know that's where Goldust wound up taking on Roddy Piper, and perhaps something at SummerSlam. Do you remember having some sort of preliminary talks with Dennis Rodman in 96?
Very preliminary, Conrad, very preliminary. A lot of us never had the confidence that others did in Dennis. We're not talking about rebounding or the all defensive team in the NBA. As a matter of fact, here's a little pearl for you. When I was officiating college basketball, Dennis was playing at Southeastern Oklahoma State in Durant, and I called a couple of his ball games. He was a skinny as hell center, played the post, and he was so fast. He was an extraordinary athlete. He's freaky. I remember that, and he wasn't a bad citizen on the court. He wasn't like you would think he might be, but we didn't have the confidence a lot of other guys did in that deal, and it was spending a lot of money on an attraction match where one half of the attraction doesn't know how to work. So he has no fundamental skills. So to spend $1 million or so, whatever it might be, for a package of dates didn't make a lot of sense to me. But if Vince would want to do it, we'd have gone aggressively to try to get it done. But the negotiations were not easily appeased, and it all came down to the same old deal. If somebody says it's not about the money, bullshit. It's all about the money. And we just weren't going to pony up the cash for an unskilled performer in an attraction match, a special attraction match type thing. Just didn't make a lot of sense at the end of the day. And they did well with it, but that fit more of their stuff too. We're trying to get Stone Cold. These guys, hard hitting, Bret Hart. We run a different offense, but they did well with it.
But 6 months later, you're running that same play with Mike Tyson, aren't you?
Yeah, but Mike Tyson was a bigger star than Dennis Rodman,
no doubt,
by far. But it wasn't even a comparison. I mean, again, Dennis was a good basketball player, and he became a big pop culture character with his outlandish and bizarre behavior, piercings and tattoos and
the wedding dress,
all this stuff.
Well, let's talk about this pay-per-view here and how we're going to sell it. One of the things you do about 2 weeks out, I think on July 14th, you ran a special on the network. It's a SummerSlam special, and it's going to get a pretty good rating, 3.75. But what's interesting is what you're choosing to show. One of the matches is from the very first SummerSlam. So it's Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage against Ted DiBiase and Andre the Giant. And at this point, of course, Andre the Giant's passed away, but 3 of the other 4 are actually in WCW. That's not usually something Vince McMahon would do. What's up with airing old content that was sort of putting over the competition? Is this a USA Network request? Did Vince sort of let his guard down for this one? What's the rationale?
I think the rationale was we're going to show you how they used to be, and you can see on TNT how they are. We're going to show you how they were when they were in their peak, and they're going to feature guys that are not in their peak. I think that's the whole deal. So you're not getting the Hulk Hogan you grew up and loved and admired and all these things. You're getting an older version of Hulk Hogan, who's now, by the way, a villain. So I don't think USA had anything to do with it. Somebody talked to Vince about it, it'd be a great idea or whatever. I don't like that kind of shit. I don't like it at all. They shouldn't have been on our TV. They should have been on the show. That's like me working for AEW and then trying to filter in some cute little clever knocking WWE lines during the broadcast. You will never hear a negative word regarding WWE from Jim Ross on an AEW broadcast ever. That's not my job. It helps no one. It's childish. It's bullshit. So, but I think that's kind of what it was. Just hey, these ain't the same guys you grew up loving. And, they shouldn't have been on the air. And all due respect to those guys, too. I just didn't think that was a smart move by us. But hey, look, they were hot on WCW, and they helped us get a rating back in their former personas in WWE. So at the end of the day, I guess the old man was right.
The July 14th Raw from San Antonio really starts to shape up SummerSlam. This Raw is a sellout, 7,700 fans paying $116,000. It's the largest gate in US dollars for a Raw taping in history up to that point. It shows you where the business is headed. The show opens with a Hart Foundation interview with Vince McMahon, and they announce that at SummerSlam, if Brett doesn't beat The Undertaker for that title, he will never wrestle in the United States again. If Bulldog loses to Shamrock, he's going to have to eat a can of dog food. If Pillman loses to Goldust, he'll wrestle the next night on Raw in a dress. And if Austin doesn't beat Owen, he has to kiss his ass in the ring. And if any member of the Hart Foundation lose, then Jim Neidhart gets his goatee shaved the next night on Raw. These stipulations sort of come out of nowhere. I mean, I understand that you want every match to have stakes, but it feels sort of weird that he's just sort of running them all down here to start the show. Is this a Russo call or whose idea is this?
I'm sure it's a Russo call. Well, it was the hottest thing we had going. I love that Canadian USA rivalry. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I thought it was healthy. It wasn't based on communism or, any other kind of atrocity. It was the same thing you see when, watching, let's say, for example, the United States women's hockey team against the Canadian women. It gets big ratings because it's got something we're all vested in our country, in our people, and it's us against them. It's a friendly rivalry, but of course in the wrestling world it got embellished and it wasn't friendly for that long. But I love that whole booking. I love the whole situation there, because if you look back at those matches, that match you just named, Conrad, here's what you got in that card. You got Bulldog and Shamrock in a single. There's no reason that shouldn't be a great match. No reason. You got Taker and Brett with a big stipulation for the title, WWE title. And that's two of the great workers of all time. You got Austin and Owen. We know what happened in the match, but exclude that. That match should have been off the page as well. So what you've done in this Hart thing is that instead of making a horizontal booking, pardon me, we did a vertical booking. In other words, you take those 5 guys in the Hart Foundation and you put them in matches and single matches. So that's vertical. They're not in tags. That would be horizontal. And so that your card has more depth. It has more quality. So it was a good idea, I thought, in that regard. I thought that we probably got in the game a little bit late on the stipulations, but I think the idea was to make them feel more spontaneous, and these stipulations are a result of these actions. So the actions had to occur before the stipulations really made any sense, and so that's how I looked at that situation. I like the Hart Foundation, Austin group, and so forth, and it really got good. As we're leading in here, we're going to Survivor Series 97. We all know what that means in Montreal. So this is a hell of a year right here. A lot of things are being put into place for the long haul with a lot of trepidation, again, because we didn't know how Austin was going to be. Is he going to come back? Can he come back? If he can come back, what's he going to be? There's a lot of questions there that we didn't have answers to.
Well, something that is going to be a question coming out of this particular Raw taping is, what are we going to do with Taka Michinoku? He has a great showing against Yoshihiro Tajiri. Of course, we know both of those guys are going to wind up becoming staples with the company. And apparently he impressed the company enough that you guys are going to take a flyer on Taka and sign him. Bruce Pritchard has talked about, Taka as being one of his favorites and somebody he really championed for. Is there anybody else that really caught, was taken aback by Taka and thought, man, this guy could be the deal?
Taka was introduced to us by Victor Quinones, as I recall. And Victor had a great relationship in those days with some of the Japanese offices, and Michinoku Pro was a group that he was affiliated with. So we hired we hired Taka. We hired Sho Funaki. We hired who's the other guy? The third. We hired your favorite, Dick to Go.
Sure, everybody loves Dick to Go.
Yeah, Dick to Go, sponsored by Blue Chew. And we had and then one more guy. What's the other guy's name? God dang, I feel I'm losing my.
Minsteo?
Yeah, Minsteo. So all those guys came about the same time, but Taka was kind of singled out as he's the best of the four. But quite frankly, the other three weren't bad. And hell, Funaki has loved it so much he still lives in San Antonio.
Let's talk a little bit about somebody else who pops up here. Only for a moment, though. I should have mentioned when the Hart Foundation are in the ring, sort of laying out all these stipulations. Steve Austin comes out, then Shamrock, then the Patriot, then Sid, then Shawn Michaels. So we've got sort of an all-star cast here of guys who, I mean, we know we're going to start pushing Shamrock. That's very evident. We know Sid and Shawn and Austin are top guys, but they introduced the Patriot here, and McMahon calls him Del Wilkes, the Patriot. How does this deal come together for him to come in? Is it sort of just natural booking? Hey, we've got a USA, Canadian, country rivalry. Let's bring in Del, or is there more to it than that?
No, I don't think so. Red, white, and blue mask.
Yeah.
Great body, All-American football player from South Carolina. Good guy. He battled some drug demons later on in his career, and I was too soft-hearted a lot of these things sometimes, I guess, because I hired a lot of guys that you want to get that one more run out of them for their sake.
Yeah.
And Vader was one of those guys. Dr. Death's one of those guys. And Del Wilkes is one of those guys. There are others, but those three I could come up with off the top of my head. It just fit. He was All-America, the Patriot, the red, white, and blue thing. He was a fresh piece of talent. We had not featured a mask baby face to any significant, at least with any regularity. So it was kind of a new act, but it fit the motif of USA versus Canada. It was a good thing there, and I think I thought we did a nice job at least getting Del on the radar in the early going.
This is also the show where we see Shawn Michaels do an interview with Shane McMahon, and he's begging to be a part of SummerSlam so he can see Undertaker beat Bret Hart and send him packing. It was around this time that you guys had just finished a Wrestle Vessel trip. Bruce has talked about that a little bit in the archives of Something to Wrestle. What can you tell us about the old Wrestle Vessel concept?
Well, it was fun. It was much like the Jericho cruise that I went on last year, or last was it last year?
Yeah,
last year, last fall. It was fun. Saw a lot of fans that were, spent their hard-earned money. God bless them. Probably someone took vacations they couldn't afford, but here they were, and you got to love them for that. But I had a good time. Jan had a great time. Everybody pretty much demanded their manners. I saw there's some funny pictures that are still out there. You can look up, folks, from the Wrestle Vessel. You had Sonny on that cruise, and that was always a wild card. And there's a picture of her and my wife and a bunch of us. But the body English tells a great story. So if you run across that picture, I'm sitting down on the front row with some of these guys, but everybody had a little story to tell in their body English. It was kind of funny because nobody wanted to let the other guy get over. It was such bullshit. It's so funny in that regard, but it was a success. We had a good time with it. And, of course, our friend Chris Jericho is maintaining that wrestling cruising scenario. And I guess this next he's going to do is doing great. So good for our friend Chris.
Yeah. I'm looking at this picture you're talking about now, and this is, quite the picture.
Yeah. See the body English?
Yeah. I totally get what you're talking about. So check it out. We may post it on some of our social media. This is a fun pic.
Did you see Brett sitting at the side, kind of detached?
Yes.
And you see Sonny hugging?
She's not hugging in this one, but you can definitely, you're Ricky Bobby in a little bit. You're not sure what to do with your hands. And Austin's got a great shirt that says, "Take me drunk, I'm home." This is fun stuff. We'll make sure we post that. Let's also talk about the main event of this show, because we see Steve Austin here set to defend the tag titles by himself. Of course, his partner, Shawn Michaels, is not able to compete. He's injured. So he's going to be defending these tag titles against Owen Hart and the British Bulldog. And he's had them since like May. But Michaels is out with that knee injury. So they're going to start as a handicap match here for the tag titles. But before they go to commercial, we see the camera show a white boot, and then the show comes back on and we hear over the PA system, Steve-O, looks like you could use a little help, maybe like a tag team partner. And here you go. It's Dude Love. So Mankind had been asking Steve to be his partner for weeks. That never worked. Now we get this new character, Dude Love, which we've heard about from his sit down interview with you. And now Dude Love is going to become Steve's partner. This is fascinating to me because I don't remember a character like this where Mankind is introduced to the WWF audience as this deranged individual. He's hanging out in the bowels of the building, and he's rocking back and forth and pulling his own hair out and playing with rats and feuding with the Undertaker. And, you know, you're
talking about now Mick's a happily married guy.
Yes. Rats being like George the Rat, Jim Cornette's rat, not, yes. Thank you. But then of course he does this sit down interview with you, and he's explaining that, hey, he does feel pain, and here's the way I am, and I was made to eat worms as a kid. And, you know, I didn't grow up to look like Shawn Michaels. I wanted to. Here's footage of me being a character named Dude Love when I was in high school, but I could never be Dude Love. I'm this instead. And then he gives you the goozle with the old mandible claw. And so we see him attack this beloved figure, but then they start selling t-shirts of the smiley face with the mask on it. And now he's introducing this new lovable character, Dude Love. Man, this is the most layered character in wrestling history to this point, is it not?
Yeah. Mick, it's all compliments to Mick Foley. I mean, Mick pulled off 3 distinctively different characters in Cactus Jack, Dude Love, and Mankind. And they all had their own little nuances that travel with that character. It's brilliance at its very best. Anybody that hasn't followed that particular segment of wrestling and WWE during that time, really should check that out, because and there's videos and there's documentaries and all those things, but to kind of summarize what all he's done, but that's a Mick Foley score. Yeah, there's creative involved, and, you know, music and lighting and all that stuff, but because everybody bought into the character. Mick sold the technicians, Mick sold the writers. See, the writers had nothing to do with this, which I don't think endeared me to them. I never was really endeared to the writers, which really bothers me to this very day. Wink, wink. But I think, you know, he sold them on him. Again, remember, he got hired because I needed to learn how it was to get my heart broken by a wrestler.
Right.
And so then the creative staff had heard that from Vince enough. They had no confidence that Mick was going to do good. They had no expectations, because the head man told him that he was a shits. He would never make it. And Ole JR is going to learn what it's like to get his heart broken by somebody he believes in. Well, guess what? That didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
And I still believe in Mick Foley, by the way.
We should mention that Mick would write in his book that he got a heads up from Bruce Pritchard. Hey, we're going to make a Dude Love shirt. And that sort of caught him off guard. And then he gets a call from Vince that says, hey pal, how'd you like to be Dude Love? And he thought he meant for the next pay-per-view. And Vince says, no, I'm talking about from now on. And Mick was a little hesitant because the Mankind character had been going so well. And Vince said, Mick, I'm not saying we can ever go back to Mankind. I just love the whole Dude Love story. And I know our fans will love it too. It's such a great PR story. Regis and Kathy Lee would love something like this. What do you remember, you know, when you sort of campaigned for Cactus Jack to come in, we come up with the Mankind character, you're involved in a sit down interview. It's gotten over like crazy. His feud with the Undertaker was successful. And now we're going to try Dude Love. What'd you think?
Well, I like the Dude Love character. I thought somewhere along the way he'd end up being Mick Foley. And all those characters have come out at certain times under certain situations. And we would understand them as fans because we had been introduced to him the right way, and that we had got to understand his character, and then we started to believe in it. So I think that I liked it. I'm like Mick. I was a little leery of it being the full time thing for Mick, and he was right. The mankind thing was it connected. It got over, and then he got over Dude Love. So and of course Cactus Jack was over. We couldn't even use Cactus Jack when he came in. That was forbidden. No Cactus Jack. Too much blood and guts. So okay. So you ain't got to have blood and guts, but he's missing teeth and missing part of an ear, a lot of scars on his head, face, but we ain't got to go there. So I'm like Mick. I was a little leery of a full time Dude Love, but I did love the persona a lot.
There's a famous bit that you can see in some of the documentaries that you were talking about, like Beyond the Mat and Wrestling with Shadows. A lot of that stuff is being taped here, so you'll see Mankind being taught, or Mick Foley rather, being taught how to walk like Dude Love by Vince McMahon, which is a fun little tidbit. We should mention that this is the episode of Raw where Sid collapses backstage. Meltzer would say it was due to back problems, and they never showed him close up, and they show him in close because the auto accident that he was in is legit. And as a result, he hasn't been able to train and look like Sid is supposed to look. And the belief is the match with Vader is almost surely off. What can you tell us though about Sid collapsing backstage? That was obviously something that would stick out in a lot of people's memory when a coworker just goes down.
Yeah, it was kind of mysterious because I never was sure. And this many years later, I don't remember exactly. So I'm not going to lie to the folks. It was, to me, as the best I recall, Conrad, it was a little bit mysterious. You know, did he pass out due to pain? Or was there something else wrong? You know, something like that happens could be a litany of things. And most of them aren't good. So that was the issue there, you know. And that's the sad part about Sid's career. He had a lot of injury interruptions.
Right.
And so, but yeah, it was unsettling because we did have high hopes for Sid. I mean, Sid was figured in a big way. It's just, you know, one thing after another just didn't quite get us to the promised land with him, but he had everything it took to get there. But the injuries and things of that nature certainly was not a good thing for him, unfortunately.
That episode of Raw gets a 2.6, Nitro gets a 3.5. Something else that Meltzer would report around this time is that the WWE is actually paying, or WWF rather at the time, is paying $8,000 a week to get on Channel 31 in New York, just so it can be syndicated in the market. This is an era where ECW, it really exists only in syndication. So they're paying for weekly time, but they're getting, you know, that 2 a.m., 3 a.m. spot. They're not getting prime time, but $8,000 a week to get the show on the air. That's a lot of money, is it not?
A lot of money, but you had to have it. You had to have the number one market. When syndicated television was a thing and a big thing, you had to have the number one market by hook or crook. And, you know, for years they had, in New York, they had a bird nest on the ground because they had wrestling. They had wrestling superstars was on. That was Vince and whomever, Randy or Roddy, Perfect. There's several guys that sat in there with Vince on that show. Heenan, I think, was on some. And then on the challenge show was Heenan and me, and then Heenan left, and then Monsoon got me, unfortunately for him. I'm kidding. It was great work with Gino. I loved him, still do. So it was that was the deal they had, but that was on Fox, Channel 5 in New York City, Fox 5. Noon Saturday was Superstars, noon Sunday was Challenge. And the funny part about that whole thing is that Challenge started getting better ratings. So I did not throw that out there, just saying.
We should mention in this era, the WWF makes a slight adjustment that makes all the difference. Meltzer would report that, starting in September, they're no longer going to be taping Raw live every Monday night. And in addition to that, the in your house concept is being dropped effective immediately. And the WWF will go monthly, with now 3-hour long shows, all at a $29.95 price tag. And this is going to start the following month. So September 7th, the Ground Zero show from Louisville, Kentucky. And the decision to drop this in your house concept at a reduced price is coming on the heels of WCW successfully running monthly 3-hour long shows at $27.95. So if they haven't seen a dip and it's worked for them, why would we not revert to that as well? They tried a price point of $34.95 for WrestleMania in 95, which was a disappointment. And some people thought maybe it was a disappointment because of the price. So as a result, they cut it back in 96 and 97 to $29.95, but going to a monthly 3-hour long $29.95, this feels like a no brainer since WCW's already had proof of concept, right?
Yeah. It is a no-brainer, Conrad. It's business, and it worked in the same genre, the same audience. So if it worked for WCW and we could refine it or put our own touches on it, why wouldn't it work for us? I remember those private meetings away from Vince, where some of his inner circle it would become pouty faces and everybody would be, oh my God, the work's going to kill us. Oh geez, I'm tired, I'm burned out, I'm fried.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Bruce Pritchard. I can tell.
I'm fried. I'm so tired. Please. So then, where are you guys at? Well, we're doing a booking meeting at Swanky Frank's hot dog stand. Okay. And they had good hot dogs too, by the way. Why not? Why not follow suit? But that was the whole deal. It was that concept. And I said, guys, here's the deal. All of us have worked in territories. Every territory that we have worked in had a signature show. It either was once a year, twice a year, once a month, whatever it may be. So that's what we're looking at doing here. The hard part is going to be booking the house shows around the pay-per-views. That's why the pay-per-views have got to be booked way in advance so that we can book around them and build to them in the house shows, if that makes any sense to you. So then, I don't know if it eased their burden or not, but it's like, that's what we're here to do, guys, is work. And you know how this shit is. Hey, we're producing weekly TV anyway. So, and a lot of television, I get their apprehension, but we had to do that to compete. And I thought the $29.95 price point was pretty solid. Good idea.
We're also cutting expenses, as we talked about with the Raw adjustment for taping. Meltzer would say WWF has been trying to cut back on expenses, both in running live every week and also in transportation, which, depending upon the taping, can run $15,000 to $30,000 per week. And because the Tuesday shows would be booked within driving distance of the Monday shows, it would cut flight expenses for personnel not already on the tour during house shows in half with the new format. And there are numerous signs of late that the WWF is taking the financial situation very seriously. For example, on the July 21st show in Halifax, there were many regulars who were always brought to Raw tapings that weren't flown in as a cost saving measure, and lots of regular wrestlers were featured instead in taped segments rather than being brought in to do live new material. Those who were flown in, including Vince McMahon, were brought in on a Saturday as opposed to a Sunday to get the benefit of the cost savings of a Saturday night stay over the flight. Mm-hmm. So we're really crunching the numbers here to even see, is it cheaper for us to pay for an extra hotel night and then save on the flights? So this is very much an era where Vince is sharpening the pencil. And you've talked about this before, where people are taking pay cuts. They're taking water coolers out of the building. Of course, the story is going to be way different just 12 months from here, but here in the summer of 97, we're definitely tightening our bootstraps and tightening our belt. Are we not?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's still that ongoing conversations of bankruptcy, reorganization. Things had to turn around, and as a business, it's not you're throwing your hands up. It's okay. We quit. We got to reorganize. That just starts the battle when you reorganize. In my view, it's just not. You're not quitting. You just got to reorganize. You got to reset. You got to get something else going. And I think that's kind of what we did there. But I know if going over to that was a funny deal, man. We went to Halifax and to do Raw. Got there on Saturday, and going from Connecticut to Nova Scotia ain't easy. And there were long layovers and going through customs, and all this stuff, and then traveling with Jim Cornette, who hates flying. I mean, he's scared of it. It makes him ill. It's not funny, but we made fun of him. Of course, that's what we do in wrestling. It's sad sometimes. But I remember all of us staying in a hotel. I know that we got there on Saturday that the shows had not been written yet because everybody was too tired. And then we wrote the shows in a boardroom at the hotel. And on that fateful afternoon, Cornette and Kevin Dunn had words in the meeting. And I had to help Corny get back to his room. he became my guy. I asked Bruce sometimes, how come he's my guy now? You know him as long as I have. He's my guy. You know, so if you get that sheepish grin, well, you get the heat. And I did. But Cornette and Kevin Dunn had strong words in that day about some philosophical issue that they disagreed upon. And then the next thing I remember from that trip, Conrad was at the local madam for the local brothel there in Halifax. Had a string of ladies, and she saw all the wrestlers staying in the same hotel, all the staff staying in the same hotel. She just brought her women over to the hotel, and it's like having a big brothel. She was down in the lobby on her phone, and there was all kinds of business deals being done there. And everybody couldn't wait to get the meetings over. Of course, the talent had nothing to do. They were just off. That's leaving wrestlers with a lot of free time ain't a good deal. So it was an interesting thing between the Halifax hookers and the Hey Rube at the meeting with Cornette and Kevin, and then the travel. And look, when you're flying to those places too, Conrad, remember this. This will not suit guys like me and you real well because they're on little bitty planes.
Right.
Not cool, brother. Not cool.
Hey, let me ask, is this fight, this situation with Kevin Dunn and Jim Cornette, is this where he starts mocking Kevin's teeth? Yeah.
It's not good. Yeah. Bad, you know, God damn you. God, don't make me come over this table, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. If you haven't seen Jim Cornette go off on Kevin Dunn and do the impersonation and the impression, it's all over YouTube. Thanks to our friends at Kayfabe Commentaries. It's it's something else. Now this is
he's stiff, man. He's stiff.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I got to tell you, sometimes I got some of Cornette's heat. It's like, I didn't bring him. Vince hired him. So, but you know, I was caretaker, I guess. Cornette's a brilliant guy. That's a sad part about that whole deal at WWE. If he had not had a tremendous fear of flying, Jim Cornette could have been a phenomenal asset to WWE with his knowledge, his creativity, his fundamentals, and so forth and so on. But he just couldn't stand the culture there. And so he lost a good guy by, you know, he just couldn't handle it. We didn't make it easier for him either. It's like the deal where we had the matches in Atlantic City, and he drove his car down there because he'll drive to fucking San Antonio if he had to. So they're doing a scene, and he's at the gorilla position watching, and they're in the back doing a live fight with a Boricuas and somebody, and they bust out his back window of his car. As I recall, it was a back window, windshield, whatever, the rear view mirror, rear view window, whatever. And he's watching it on the monitor, and I happened to see it, and it was so damn funny, but it wasn't, because he got so mad he got in his car and he drove back to Connecticut from Atlantic City with the window busted out. Just, you know, we didn't make life easy for Cornette. I'm not proud of that, quite frankly. But anyway, the Halifax trip was pretty interesting. The other thing about the Halifax trip was, I think Vince wore a hockey jersey, so that maybe, you know, I don't know what he's trying to make good to the audience or something, but he wore a hockey jersey. So then he and Brett had this little issue at ringside where they got into this faux hockey fight. So then Vince wasn't aware of what was going to happen. I'm not sure Brett might not have been. He just reacted. He pulled the hockey jersey over Vince's head like they do in the hockey fights. They started waylaying him. And the goddamn crowd, you'd thought, man, we all got to, you know, this is the greatest thing we've ever seen in our entire life. Our Canadian hero is beating the holy hell out of the head honcho of the WWE, that evil Mr. McMahon. And there was some fun. And we were surrounded. You think that the Who do you think the security there, Conrad, were favoring that night? That's the uniform officers. The Canadian boys, or us yahoos from the States? You know the answer to that. So we were, and then here to top that off, when the show was over, it had a lot of heat. It was a hot show. We didn't take a car from our hotel to the arena. We walked. It's like, 10-minute walk, baby. But we're following. We look like the Pied Piper. I mean, these Southern drunk Canadians want to have some fun. So, so we made sure that Vince was surrounded, and off we went. So we got there unmolested, but it could have been real ugly, real quick. But thank God it wasn't.
Let's talk about this show. It's another sellout, 8,544 fans, another gate, which is a record, 116 grand, $344. So by a couple $100, it beat San Antonio the prior week. Eventually Vince would introduce the Hart Foundation. Brett said he had a nightmare last week when he was in San Antonio. So it's good to be back in God's country. And did you ever notice that the USA is shaped like a giant toilet bowl? It's probably because Americans are full of crap. So we continue, this same storyline, and eventually Shawn Michaels comes out, and, there's been lots of people, the dirt sheets, if you will, saying that Shawn, maybe has a knee injury. Maybe it's not all the way legit. There's always a whisper whenever Shawn would have an injury in this era. So to prove everybody wrong, or to get them fired up and prove him right, he comes out on this episode and does a backflip off the top rope, landing on his feet. And of course his knee isn't wrapped, and the crowd's chanting. They are not happy for him. But he's announcing that he is going to be refereeing the Bret Undertaker match at SummerSlam. That's an interesting little twist. I guess the thinking is, hey, we don't have enough time to really build a regular story for him for a match, or maybe his knee might not be all the way where we want it to be, or he wants it to be, to give a Shawn Michaels level performance. So let's just have him be the referee. What'd you think of that piece of booking?
Loved it. Loved the idea. I thought it was very good booking. It added another element to the storyline with Bret and Taker and the title. We all knew Shawn was, looking jonesing to be the champion again and be back on top. We knew that his issues with Bret were going to be everlasting, or we thought at that point. Undertaker was the legendary guy that's the champ, and he ain't gonna go down easy if he goes down at all. It had a lot of ways to play that three-way deal where Shawn was the ref. I thought it was really timely booking and a good use of our resources. And at the end of the day, it worked.
Let's talk a little bit about the main event of this episode of Raw. It's a flag match. It's going to be Bret and Owen and Bulldog taking on The Undertaker, Steve Austin, and Dude Love. Flags on the pole. The finish is going to see Brian Pillman come from under the ring and knock down The Undertaker as he's trying to climb the pole to get the American flag. So the opposite side of the ring, Bret is then allowed to grab the Canadian flag and win. But what's interesting is the show goes long. It goes well past when the show was supposed to finish. So if you set your VCR, which is what we were all using back in the day, you missed the conclusion, but you're on commentary and you're announcing that you're going to stay with the main event until it has a conclusion all night if we need to. But as you're saying that, USA runs a crawl around the bottom of the screen that says La Femme Nikita will start in 10 minutes. And then 5 minutes later, it says La Femme Nikita will start in 5 minutes. And right on time, the finish happens and La Femme Nikita started in 5 minutes. What'd you think of that?
Sort of stupid. It shows that the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. And it shows that the switchers and the people in headquarters there for USA were just trying to get the show on the air. They were done with us. We're same old wrestling bullshit you get into all the time, but prejudices. Oh, it's just wrestling. Who cares? And we care. That's it. We care. So that was very, that was ill-timed. And it was nowadays, then it was piss you off because they just crapped all over your story and your narrative. Nowadays you kind of chuckle that how could they have been that stupid? They weren't listening to what we were saying. So they exposed the rabbit in the hat or whatever. Just it's not good. It defeated what we were trying to accomplish because there's no communication. They were not the switchers, the people in the headquarters were not listening to our show.
We talked about Sid earlier, the prior week there in San Antonio collapsing. Well, he's not at this show here in Canada. So as a result, Meltzer would report in the August 4th Observer that Sid was officially fired by the company. And he would write, "It's almost mind boggling that a star of that magnitude in this kind of wartime situation would be fired. But WWF officials apparently felt they had no alternative in citing their inability to get any straight answers from him concerning his condition and injuries and when he'd be available. Under normal circumstances, WCW would try to bring a guy in with the illusion that it's another major jump. But Sid has a lot of heat with a lot of people in Atlanta, not to mention his track record in the industry. So he probably has heat because he stabbed a motherfucker. But chat me up. How does this firing come to be? And what do you remember about having to let Sid go? I assume it was you who made the call."
Yeah, it was inevitable. We couldn't get him healthy. And there was always something that obstacle to either go over, around, or through. And again, Vince, he didn't have the time. He didn't take the time to really think it out. I don't think it was one of those deals where somebody said, "Well, we should just get rid of him. He's never going to get over. He's never going to get healthy, blah, blah, blah." And so of course, when JR called Sid and told him we're letting him go, that was it. So, but I said this all the time, Conrad, we talk about our shows that you and I are doing and that we talked about earlier in the show, the Charlotte thing coming up in Rochester, New York in September as well. And of course, Charlotte's in August. Dang, man. It's just the most cherished asset that a wrestler can have, and maybe any employee, maybe any significant other, is that you are reliable. And because Sid had these issues that arose, not all his fault, I'm sure, but the end result was for him to be figured as, we're talking about just a top guy, we're talking about the top guy.
Right.
You can't rely on the top guy, and you can't keep him healthy, and he can't work as many dates as his predecessors did in that role. You got to reevaluate that whole situation. So that's kind of how that was. It wasn't mean-spirited or no animosity, but you got to, sometimes you got to fish or cut bait, and we cut bait.
We should remind everybody that, people just sort of say, "Oh, well, Sid, blah, 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 whatever." This is Sid a few months after he headlined WrestleMania, a few months after he was in the main event with The Undertaker in Chicago at WrestleMania 13. Just a handful of months later, he's fired because, they just don't think he's reliable. And I guess people found out at the Raw reunion that maybe the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. He didn't, he was booked apparently, or that's what I heard. I know how that worked with me, but I didn't get in anybody else's business. But yeah, that's just it. Reliability, folks. If you got you want your woman to be, or your man to be reliable, you want your kids to be reliable. You want to be, if you got people that work for you, you want them to be reliable. It's such a big deal because if you're not there, you can't help me. Well, and that was our issue with Sid, because he had everything in the world. Look, he was athletic for a big guy, 6'9". So it was sad how that all worked out, and we'll never know how great he could have been, quite frankly, because we never got to see it.
Let's go to the go home episode of Raw as we build towards SummerSlam 97. It's July 28th. We're back in Pittsburgh. Such a phenomenal promo from this. As soon as I say that, I know exactly what Bret Hart said that night. It's another record, folks. I hope you're seeing the pattern here. It's another sellout, 12,588 fans. This time it's the biggest gate in Raw history for the third consecutive week. But instead of being, 100 and something thousand, but south of 120, how about 184 grand here at the gate? And the show opens with a Bret Hart interview. And here's the line. He says, "If you were going to give the United States an enema, you'd stick the hose right here in Pittsburgh." What a great line.
Yeah. It sounds like a Bobby Heenan line, right?
It does.
It's great. That was, Bret was such a a subtle, classy heel. He didn't have to be coarse. He didn't have to be profane, and he didn't even have to raise his voice that many times. He did occasionally, which made have more of an impact. But he was really a great heel. He really, truly was, because it's the same theory. Great heels are only great heels if they have great baby faces to work with. It works both ways, by the way.
Right.
And we had all the cards there, man. We had a in one faction we had 5 main event level heels.
Right.
In one faction. So he was so underrated sometimes. And I was thinking, so how can you underrate Bret Hart? Well, people remember him as this great baby face, a wrestling baby face, a tremendous in-ring performer, as good as I've ever seen, fundamentally as sound and logical as anybody I've ever seen. And but being a heel took another art form. It took another positioning, much like we talked about Mick Foley being Dude Love and Mankind and Cactus Jack. It takes skill to do all those things in a different presentation. And Bret was just phenomenal with it. He was such a big part of the success of that whole Canadian American rivalry. So much.
It can't be denied. I think his best year ever was 1997. And here he's already setting things up with the Patriot, saying that when he debuted by coming out and standing next to Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels, that would be like Bill Clinton standing next to the Unabomber and Richard Simmons. And then JR does an interview where Bret Hart is going to learn that he's not going to be disciplined by his attack on Vince McMahon last week. And a new commissioner has been appointed by the WWF, and that's Gorilla Monsoon. And he may reassess that punishment after SummerSlam. And Bret reiterates that if he fails to win the WWF title, he's never going to wrestle on American soil again. But he says that the powers that be are trying to screw him here by letting Shawn Michaels call the match. So he says that if Shawn Michaels screws him out of the match, he'll be out of a title, and then Michaels can sit at home for 10 years and find his smile. Really a home run promo. Probably some of the best stuff that Bret did in his entire career.
And Conrad, it's another case in point. When you have motivated talents that are entrepreneurial in spirit, that get it, their promo that they will deliver is going to be always going to be better than a promo that you write for them to memorize on the day of the show, and then to go out and execute. It's not even a close comparison. Well, maybe, no, there's no maybe. Bret Hart did not have a script writer, and he did it on he felt the promo and he delivered that promo. So that's another piece of the missing art form that we were enjoying in that era, was we had so many guys that were motivated to get their spot and get over and become famous and become rich, that they were willing to think about their promos and didn't expect to get a script handed to them when they walked in the door. Bring something. Like Junkyard Dog said, don't be like a cabbage, be all head, no rear end, whatever that means. But they brought something to the dance.
No doubt. And there's something else on this show that really stood out to me that I've wanted to ask you about. A great little skit here where Hunter Hearst Helmsley is scheduled to wrestle Vader, but Mankind comes out in a WWF cameraman outfit and attacks Hunter until China takes him down and starts pounding on him. And then it winds up with Hunter and Mankind brawling in the stands. I love their feud here, but Mankind dressing up in a cameraman's outfit, that's the first time we've seen that. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was a nice way of getting Mick out there, and creative placement for the talent. Yeah, it was a nice little piece of business. We had so many, and I think the talents in that era too seem to be. Now I'm not in WWE any longer, as most people know, but I don't know how it is there now. If the talents are actively engaging and pitching ideas, or are looking at ways to make their character better and get over more. Because that just makes the writers and the bookers, the Paul Heymans, Eric Bischoffs, whomever it may be, look better, because something worked. And at the end of the day, we should all be pulling the rope in the same direction. So that's kind of what I thought of that. I think I just thought Bret was the straw that stirred the drink, and he made everybody around him raise their game, because you knew that if you're going to get into a match with him, Steve Austin says he thinks that the best match he ever had in WWE was against Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13, the year before. So, well, not the year before, right? Or that year? Was it that year? Anyway, and so Bret was the guy, and he should get more credit for that whole success of that U.S. Canada thing than anybody in the formula, along with Austin.
Let's keep it rolling here and talk about this same Monday Night Raw. We see another Brockus promo. Is this a pet project of Vince McMahon? I mean, we never really saw much of Brockus until he got knocked the fuck out in the Brawl for All. What was up with Brockus?
He's bodybuilder, big muscles, nice tan, looked good in 8x10, couldn't work a lick. But Vince liked the body, and there's where problems come into play sometimes. Look, you got to know when to. You don't ever confront Vince. You always converse with him. That's just the way you should do business with any of your bosses you have or your spouses, or converse. Don't yell and scream, just converse. But Brockus is one of those guys where somebody, and don't think that we didn't. And there were several of us that said, this ain't going to work. Well, let's give it a chance, I think what Vince is looking at may have been a slight downgrade from maybe the persona of Ivan Putski. Ivan Polish, didn't speak a lot of English, blah, 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 wink, wink, wink. Brockus, I think, was German. I know one thing, his wife probably was more popular around the office than him. But he just, he's one of those guys that had to have, eating 10 chicken breasts a day and, drinking 8 gallons of water, whatever. All good things, I suppose. But nonetheless, no skill.
Hey,
none.
I can't help but follow up. He said his wife may have been more popular around the office. Am I supposed to read anything into that?
I don't think so. She wasn't. I mean, was she nailing Vince or something? No, I don't think so. But that's what you're getting at, right?
Well, I mean, you said she was popular around the office. I mean, that's
she was there all the time. She got to know all the folks in talent relations. She hung around a lot. She didn't know that Wise in that era, and maybe it's the way it should be. I'm not taking sides on that. I'm not going to get in the issue of gender equality and all that stuff. But she was just at the office a lot. She was friendly. She was from another country. We're trying to help her get acclimated. The thing about working for Vince, at least how it worked for me, I could tell him in my own calm way, one-on-one, this is not going to work in my opinion, and here's why. And he would either say, that's a good point, JR, but I'm going to go with it anyway. Fine. At least he heard my honesty. And then we tried all we can to make Vince's ideas work,
right,
and protect him in that regard. So, but this was just it was never going to happen. I mean, Joe Bednarski, who was Ivan Putski, was a Texas guy, a football player, good athlete, could communicate well. The thing about Brockus is that he wasn't a good communicator. He couldn't speak good English, but much like me. So, I think it just was, Vince was absolutely mesmerized by his body, his look. And, he's one big walking blood vein with a good tan. But he just, I don't know, here's the thing about it, to speak to my point. After he left WWE, as best I can recall, and somebody can correct me, of course, if I'm wrong, he vanished. He didn't get another shot with anybody significantly. He may have got some bookings here, there, and yon because of having some WWE TV behind him, but he never succeeded in the business. So, but I think Vince just liked the physique, and he kind of liked those bodybuilder guys, he is attracted. That's the WBF and all that stuff. That was his deal. That's his hobby. So that's how that happened. It just wasn't a good idea.
Let's talk about an interesting idea. We're putting Devin Storm and Ace Darling on a Raw here. I mean, I'm all for, WWE embracing indie talent. Talk to me about how this match came to be, though. It does feel a little out of place at the time.
There were some people in creative that thought that Devin Storm had a shot. And actually, by the way, he's a smart guy, educated guy, and a good hand. And I always, he was underrated, but he came in with no fanfare. He came in with that indie label, and the indie label then isn't the same as it is now. So that's kind of how that worked. It just wasn't good. But he was a good hand. Getting a win on television, the idea was he's going to be a underneath guy. We'll give him a couple of wins so he means something when somebody bigger than him beats him. But that's kind of where that was. It was I think Cornette had a little bit to do with that. He liked Ace Darling and Devin Storm, as I recall. But that was the deal. New faces, solid hands, not going to embarrass you. Get them a couple of wins, increase their equity so that when they get into the next role of putting over a quote-unquote star, the star gets a win of some level of significance.
How about what's up next? Ken Shamrock and the British Bulldog have an arm wrestling match. Bulldog is going to headbutt Shamrock, destroy him with chair shots, and then pour dog food all over him. Former UFC competitor here, Ken Shamrock, who says, "Hey, here's a creative tonight, pal. We're going to cover you in Alpo."
I don't remember who delivered the message. Yeah, Kenny wouldn't have had an issue with it. I don't believe. I don't think he had an issue with it, so I can recall. I'll tell you, we talked about Ken Shamrock before. He was so close to getting to the next level and occupying a spot there for a long time if he had not decided to go back to MMA. But he was a team player, and all it was going to do is anything you could do to really piss Kenny off and where he'd almost, so not quite, but almost go out of character was money. Because, boy, he had a great pissed off body English, facial expression, guttural screams, anger. It manifested itself really well with him. So I was still a big Kenny Shamrock fan, quite frankly, but that was the deal with Kenny. He was a team player. He's going along with it. And I think he kind of liked working with Bulldog. They kind of had some things in common. Two strong guys. Bulldog knew where the rubber met the road because nobody's going to, try Shamrock just for the hell of it. That would probably not have been very smart. As tough as Bulldog was and as strong, I don't like his chances against Shamrock.
What an interesting time in the company. The next thing is Goldust and Rockabilly. They go to a no contest when Rockabilly slaps Michael Moore, the former boxing champ, at ringside. Of course, Moore knocks him out. Then Pillman would attack Goldust and try to stuff a dress from a mannequin down his throat. This is a wild time in professional wrestling. Your main event, though, we see the Patriot get a win over Bret Hart, 9 minutes and 23 seconds. Sean's doing the commentary. And after a ref bump, Patriot gets the win with the schoolboy, those damn schoolboys. 9.5 minutes though. What a debut here for the Patriot. I mean, he's aligned with Stone Cold and Shawn Michaels and Sid, and he's getting a win over Bret Hart on TV. We're gearing him up for the big time.
Absolutely. Well, Dell was as we said earlier, he was a great amateur athlete, All-American football player, defensive player. At South Carolina, nice guy, well-spoken, and he had the package. He had the size, he had the athleticism, he had a very unique persona. So he fit right in, as we mentioned earlier, that niche that was going to connect the U.S. versus Canada storyline. So yeah, we had high hopes for Dell. It's just, you got another guy that's got some injuries that, that kind of became an issue. And then I think because his injuries, Conrad, I think that maybe painkillers might have been his downfall or some sort of muscle relaxer or something. He was banged up, is what I'm trying to say. And because the system in the wrestling business at that time, and still in some places to this day, in some areas, if you're hurt, you don't work, you don't get paid. That was the old school way of doing it. You don't get paid if you don't work. So guys would work even when they shouldn't have been, because if they didn't, they weren't getting any money. Same scenario when the women wrestlers would come to work at the territory days, and they'd bring 4 of them in, and 4 men would have to sit out for 2 weeks while the women were booked. And then the women on the tour were getting all kinds of shit from the guys because the guys, 4 of their buddies were unbooked and they weren't being able to feed their family that week. It's sad that it's that close as far as your income, but that's what it was. But Dell was a good guy, and I wish he could have had his run, because he had something. He was a good athlete, man. And I thought that he finally got to WWE. He finally got to the level he wanted to get at as an athlete and as a wrestler. It never materialized, but we sure the hell tried.
Well, and you were trying to beat Nitro in the ratings, but you're unsuccessful here again. Despite it being a sold out show, Raw does a 2.9, Nitro does a 3.4. It's got to be a little disappointing to lose in the ratings, but when you see you're setting records every single week, I guess it's time to just put your head down and focus on your business, which you would clearly indicate, hey, we're doing something right. We're drawing record houses.
Right. A lot of analogies you can draw to that, but the bottom line of it is that we're doing a lot of good things. We're getting some talents over. We're building some unique storylines that seemingly have found a home. They've taken root. So we felt like we were doing a lot of good things. And when you get to TV, our guys that call in, hey, JR, what's our ratings this week? Austin was bad about that. Not bad about it, but he's, you get the normal, dang, I don't know what we got to do. I said, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. That's what we got to do. We're doing the right thing. We're running the right offense. We're calling the right plays. We just got to overtake these guys. So, and that's going to come from consistency. And so that's I told that to the guys every week. Just keep doing what we're doing. Outwork the son of the bitches. Work harder, work snugger, and let's hopefully some of these storylines are going to get over. And by the way, you have a say in your storylines. If you choose not to participate, then you're probably not going to be making the money you want to make. And most of them would understand that and agree. So it was frustrating. And God knows we didn't think it was going to last 83 weeks.
No, but thank God it did for the podcast. So let's talk about a meeting here that I'm sure you've got an opinion on. Meltzer would report that Heyman had a meeting on July 31st at Titan Towers with Vince McMahon, Bruce Pritchard, and Jim Ross to open up the lines of communication. While nothing definite as far as a date and angle being confirmed, McMahon apparently told Heyman that if he had any ideas on angles that would benefit both companies to present them to him, and both sides talked a lot about the September 22nd live Raw from Madison Square Garden, saying that ECW will definitely be a part of that show. At this point seems to be premature, but it is definitely a possibility. Sources in the WWF claim that Heyman had been on the payroll for quite a while before the relationship cooled off, when, according to the WWF side, Heyman no-showed the June 30th show in Des Moines, Iowa, where he was scheduled to start as a color commentator on Shotgun Saturday night. The WWF had claimed that Heyman told them to keep that news quiet because he didn't want his wrestlers to find out before he told them himself. He never told them and never showed up and never did the voiceovers. And he still insists that he never agreed to do it. So chat me up. Obviously this is a sore subject, but you were there. What really happened?
Well, I think pretty much what Paul said. Paul sometimes can be, well, heck, he's a brilliant guy, as we all know. But I wouldn't want him doing my taxes. Sometimes his organizational skills, like others that we know, need work. So, and I also think that he may have thought that broadcasting on Shotgun Saturday Night, which is we had no idea if it's going to be around for another week or another month, another year, whatever. It certainly was not Monday Night Raw. It was not the A show. And Paul felt, and perhaps deservedly so, that he should be a part of a bigger, more higher profile presentation. But that's just Paul. Paul's Paul, But Paul should have told his team what he was doing. But because he had beaten their heads so fervently and so aggressively, it's us against the world. And the world in wrestling at that time was the WWF. That was the world. So for Paul to partake in some assets, some funds, some funding, and then to find himself on doing television on a secondary show didn't fit his plan. And I can understand his reason for that, quite frankly. But he'll drop the ball sometimes. He didn't want to face his troops. That here's where we are. And he knew that it was getting closer and closer to that day. And all it was going to mean was I was going to hire as many of his guys that wanted to come to work for us that were good. And I did. And he knew it was going to happen. I didn't do it that behind his back. He knew. So, and the talent, I'm sure the talent told him because they're leaving. So it was just how that was. I think he probably thought he was just been underutilized and he didn't want to get caught in a jackpot with his team. And he still had hopes that ECW was still going to survive, which unfortunately it did not.
What do you think Vince McMahon thought of Paul Heyman in 1997?
Oh, kind of I don't know. He was a brilliant, albeit annoying human being in Vince's eyes. Hey, look, I've been with Paul since day one, man. When the booking committee at WCW wanted nothing to do with him because he's smarter than most of the guys on the committee. And I put him as my partner on TBS, which gave him his big break. And he was a great partner. I have no regrets about that. I'd work with him anytime, anywhere. But I don't think Vince ever really sold on Paul. You know, he'd the same thing. I'm sure Bruce has told stories, but in the story in your podcast about JR on with you and Bruce, you know, how I was treated or mocked or made fun of, it's not a secret. Every writer that's been through there in that era can tell you stories about that. And even to the point where Vince goes on TV one time and impersonates me where he's wearing a hat and he's talking like his face is paralyzed, like I had the Bell's palsy. So that's how that worked. I think I thought some of the same things about Paul. Cheap suits, you know. Paul is a much better dresser now than he was then. I saw a picture. He was on McMahon's plane the other day, and he named all the clothing he was wearing, the name brand stuff. Let me promise you, in 1997, he was going to either Men's Warehouse, not a bad store, or he was going to what's the other place? The coat place, the Burlington Coat Factory. So I think Vince, you know, it's just Vince, you know, he kind of make fun of Paul and is behind his back, but we all knew that he's a smart son of a gun, man. He still is. And when you and I talked about Bischoff and Heyman getting their promotions, getting those jobs on SmackDown and Raw, you know, the key thing there was Bischoff, Eric, and Bruce, Eric and Paul both have great ideas, but if Vince didn't let them call their plays, it ain't gonna matter. So, but Paul's a brilliant guy, no doubt. He was kind of a caricature of himself. You know, he's been known to stretch the truth, been known to embellish big time. And people say, well, how about you, JR? Because that's always the deal now on social media. Well, JR said this about Paul. Well, what about JR? Well, JR stretched the truth. Yeah. And I have embellished. I did that for a living. But Paul did it behind the scenes. He did it when he wasn't even on camera. So I love working with him. He was always, and I get pissed off at him. I've been as mad at Paul Heyman as I've ever been mad at anybody in the wrestling business because he was annoying. I called him one time on TV. I said, "You're a pimple in the ass of life." And I don't know where that came from, but I believed it at the time.
Well, where did this come from? There was a rumor that it was discussed, and you can shoot this down or say, we kicked it around. Rob Van Dam and Sabu against Tommy Dreamer and Sandman at SummerSlam. Was that ever discussed?
Yeah, I think so. Because that was those four guys were generally perceived as the top of the mark there in ECW. And of course, you know, Taz and the Dudleys and you know, other guys, Shane Douglas, they had a good crew there. But they were kind of considered that the top of the line. And the thing we thought was because of who they were, that we would get a great match out of them because they would want to steal the show and do everything they could to be sensationalistic and have a memorable match. So it was discussed. And here's the deal there. The star of that whole quartet was RVD.
Right.
RVD was always the guy. And look, I'm not knocking Tommy Dreamer or Sandman, great veterans. Tommy still works his ass off. House of Hardcore, always pulling for him. But man, RVD was the star of that quartet, in the office's eyes at WWE. And so anything we would have done with ECW would have been also to make sure that we took care of RVD in the process.
Let's talk about SummerSlam. We're finally here. Huge sellout, 20,213 fans, sold out about a week in advance. The 17,361 paying fans paid an incredible gate, 523 grand, another 202,000 in merch. It breaks all the records at the former Meadowlands Arena. The previous record was the 89 SummerSlam with 17,202 paying fans. So we've got more here, and that gate was 326,000. So This is going to be not only the record here, but the second largest of 97 in North America, trailing only WrestleMania at that point. But to top it all off, you have a big corporate sponsor as well, Stridex. Jim, were you ever involved in any of the sponsorship pitches or presentations for any of these shows?
Well, luckily, I was not involved in any of those pitches. We had PR things. Somebody would come to the office and, because my office is next to Vince's, and they come in to see him. He didn't like meeting strangers. He still doesn't. So sometimes I was asked to be in meetings just to support him, and which is fine with me. I got a great education from that. But no, I wasn't involved in that. But we started getting more. That was new money. And that was what, as a businessman, like yourself, with your mortgage business, all your podcast stuff, we're always looking for new money, looking for new sponsors, everything. So that was always the ongoing search, but I wasn't involved in any of that. But we had a good sales department that did and did a good job with it too. Once we started getting into sponsorships, it got to be pretty damn lucrative.
Let's talk about the first match. I think a lot of people remember this one. It's the Big Blue Cage, which is going to be not long for this world. Of course, Hell in a Cell is going to be ushered in a couple months from now. And that sort of becomes the new norm. But we've got the Big Blue here for Triple H, Hunter Hearst Helmsley at the time, to take on Mankind. They're going to get a long time here, 16 minutes and 25 seconds. A pretty spectacular spot in the match here. Helmsley gives Mankind a superplex off the very top of this 8-foot cage, the same bump that we saw Hulk Hogan and Big Boss Man do back in 1989. Eventually, Helmsley has an opportunity to win and escape the cage, but he changes his mind just to slam Mankind's head in the cage door, which is just brutal. And then we've got another fun spot where Mankind's climbing to the top of the cage, and it looks like he's ready to climb down, but instead he opens his shirt and reveals that he's got a little heart drawn on his chest, like Dude Love. Takes the big spot. Of course, when Mankind gets laid out on the floor, Dude Love music is going to play, which revives him. He starts doing the strut to the back. 2.5 stars. What'd you think of this 16.5-minute cage match here to get the show kicked off?
Interesting placement. I thought it was interesting placement to start to show the cage match. And those guys are going to have a old school, more oriented cage match. I think one of the worst things that pro wrestling has done is to allow an escape from the cage as a criteria to win the match. The whole concept behind with cage matches, as the fans know, it's a blow-off match. It's something to finalize a long-standing issue. It's believable. It makes sense. All that good stuff. So, and I want to mention too about the blue cage. The blue cage, when I first got there, got in talent relations. The two things that talents told me that they'd like me to address was the rings, because they're too hard, and the big blue cage. And that big blue cage is, they called it the Hogan Bundy cage. A lot of guys were still there. Patterson, some of those guys, some of the older agents, Gurria, George the Animal, Monsoon. It was a blue cage that was built for the big guys, 300-pounders. And that called up the illustration of Bundy and Hogan. So we got rid of the blue cage because it was hurting people. It's stiff. There's no give, no flexibility. And then we also changed the rings out to where the rings had more, I want to say buoyancy, but they were a little bit more bump friendly. But it was a very unique match. Conrad, our various shows we've done here, we've pointed out the fact that Hunter, Triple H, and Mick they had great chemistry.
Yeah.
I don't remember the two son of bitches ever having a bad match. And to where their matches were not just good, they're more often than not great. So I was really glad that we put that match on first, because I knew that they were going to set a standard for that night that was going to be hard to top, because they both had strong egos. They're both students of the game. They're both lifelong WWF fans. So I thought, boy, this is a great idea. So that's kind of where we went with that. I remember us talking about it, but it didn't, quite frankly, it didn't seem to fit anywhere else. Right. It wasn't going to close the show,
right?
Which which ideally, as a booker, you'd want your big cage match between two of your top stars to close the show under normal circumstances. That wasn't the case. So I liked it. And I always liked those guys' work. I think that Mankind helped two guys immensely. Shawn Michaels and Triple H. Triple H comes, he's from Greenwich. He's a snob, and he doesn't come off as the guy you'll dodge in the alley. He evolved to that. But when he first started getting rolling, he was this, rich guy snob from Greenwich, basically Vince playing off Vince. And then he made me believe that Triple H is a whole hell of a lot tougher than the perception of him had been. Big boost for Triple H. The same thing, if you go back and think about the match, another match that worked that way was Shawn, and Shawn had matches with Mick. Same deal. Much like Shawn's match with The Undertaker in Hell in a Cell. My point is, there's certain guys that were able to take a wrestler out of his comfort zone, i.e. Shawn Michaels is perceived as a high flyer, finesse wrestler, really smooth, all this stuff, Steamboat-like. And so we in that match, hopefully through our commentary helped some, that we made Shawn a tough little bastard. And that built as we went forward. Same thing with Hunter. My point is that you find guys that have great chemistry, and you want to challenge them. That we got to have, Mick knew that we were going to go with Hunter, and Mick was, still in that Vince McMahon borrowed time thing, for whatever reason. So Mick knew his role was to get Hunter over, and to make him be perceived as a tough guy, and he did that in spades, quite frankly.
All right, let's keep it moving here. Let's talk a little bit about the next match where we've got Goldust and Brian Pillman. They're going to go 7 minutes and 15 seconds. I don't know what the fuck happened here, but the worst finish, maybe in pay-per-view history, or so we would think. We know Austin's going to be injured later, so we give an excuse here, but this is sort of a weird deal here, this pinning combination. I thought the match before that was okay. Meltzer only gave it a half a star though. What'd you think of the finish, and why didn't these guys click? It felt like, with the storyline and as much as they had been working together, this should have been a home run, but it was just not.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. And sometimes you get that, if those guys wrestle 10 times, Conrad, probably 7 or 8 of them are going to be really good matches. It would not be Meltzer half star things. But that night was not their night, and the finish didn't do them any favors. But I thought the story was I liked the combination. I like Goldust is another hell of a hand. I still say that his match to Cody in Vegas was as good a match I've seen this year, and maybe for many years. And that includes Okada and Omega and all that stuff. Everybody, blue chews over. So I thought it was disappointing because both guys are too damn good to have a so-so outing. And I thought Terry Runnels' involvement in it was good. Pardon me. So it had, the elements are there. Just on that night, it didn't work.
It was an interesting match, and I guess we should mention that this feud has a touch of realism to it, because Dustin Rhodes has said that Brian dated his wife Marlena way back in the day before they were married, which made him a little insecure. He didn't have a problem with Brian. They were friendly. He was doing his best to go with the flow, but he was a little uncomfortable because he hated the idea that his wife had history with his opponent here. Was that ever brought up to you, or is it just business as usual?
Well, I knew that they dated, because they were dating when Brian was flying Brian at WCW, and Terry was actually the makeup person. She had not gotten the business yet. She came to all the TV tapings and did makeup for the announcers or anybody else that needed it. Any women that were there, Missy Hyatt's and Alundra Blaze or Medusa in those days. So yeah, they're dated back in that era. But to me, it added another wrinkle to the storyline. I thought was played well. But they didn't have any. Nobody of those three had any issues that I can remember or I am aware of at this moment about doing the storyline. because it wasn't going to be that salacious. It was just going to infer, and it was going to, almost let you see behind the curtain, but not quite. Use your imagination more, which is not a bad way to book. Get the fans thinking more and be using their imagination. They then will make a better emotional investment in what you're trying to sell them. So, it was the match is a disappointment, but I never was disappointed in the booking. I still endorse all three of those people, and they just didn't have the good night that they needed to have. And quite frankly, after everything that went on that night, at the end of the night, it was kind of forgotten anyway. It didn't, you know what I mean? It was not it wasn't expected to be the show stealer. It wasn't, but it wasn't expected to be. But at the end of the night, it was a forgotten match, basically.
Yeah, they're going to continue this feud too through the next pay-per-view, Ground Zero, where they're going to have a match for Terry Services. So if Brian wins, he'll also win Marlena's services for the next 30 days. And
whatever that means.
Yeah, I think we have an idea. So Goldust actually gets the win here. So Brian Pillman's going to have to show up in a dress on Raw. So that's sort of what's next. We've also got the Legion of Doom here taking on the Godwins, 9 minutes and 51 seconds. Not a great match. It gets half a star. Meltzer would call it a pretty bad match. He would say that Animal has dropped a bunch of weight and looks like he's in the best shape of his entire career, but there's tons of botch spots here. Lou Albano is sitting front row. There's no pop for the hot tag, according to Dave Meltzer. It sort of is what it is. LOD get a win, and they use a stuffed pile driver on Henry O. Godwin, and Hawk pins him. So that's our finish. What'd you think of the match?
Is that stuffed pile driver now called the Meltzer driver?
Well, I think it is if you do like a plancha flippity do. Like you got to go from the outside in.
Yeah.
And then it's a tombstone. No, so it's way different. It is a modified stuffed pile driver, but with flips and springboards and a tombstone position.
Yeah. Whistles and bells. That's good. Okay. I again go back. Those two teams did not have the chemistry on that night that I'd seen them have. The Godwins are a very underrated team. Mark and Dennis, they're good guys, and they just are so reliable, durable, tough guys. Do anything he needed. Always came to work on time. Good people. The LOD, you never knew exactly after that NWA run where Dusty was booking for Crockett. After that, you never knew exactly what LOD you're going to get. Now, none of the versions were horrible, but some of the versions were just more on. When the Road Warriors were allowed to have matches that were 10 minutes, something like that, like this match here was 9:51. That's about the max. And so I think that I wasn't overly shocked that the match wasn't great, but I was expecting more of it. And I've seen both teams have better matches than they had on that night in New Jersey.
Let's talk about the next match here. But before we do, it's the $1 million segment. So the concept is we're going to give away $1 million, and we've got all these keys to choose from. And, they've got to call two people on the telephone. The first number is disconnected. The second number doesn't answer. The third number is at home, but he's not watching the TV show. But you know what? I was okay with this segment going long because Sonny here was as Roll Tide gets. Was she know it?
Sable.
Well, either way, you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. You want to clean that up? Make yourself sound better.
Well, listen, I'm not that concerned about it. I enjoyed the segment. I thought this was a fun dialing segment, just because we got the extended, stretch of ladies here on camera. But
I know we're going to do a show on Sable, in the next few weeks. It's going to be one of the more eye-opening shows you probably will hear from us of what we had with her. I mean, a lot of people still this day, because of the revolution, the women's revolution, the evolution the development of in-ring skills, athleticism by the women who make a living wrestling nowadays. She can't be compared to that. That's not what she did. She was an attraction, and she was a legitimate, bona fide superstar. And all the measurables that you could utilize, whether it be Playboy covers, merchandise, minute-by-minute ratings, whatever it may be, calendars, posters, whatever. She checked the box. She was big time. And I think you're beginning to see it, Conrad, by what you just mentioned. You don't remember a damn thing hardly about the $1 million giveaway, but you can remember that Sable was a part of the presentation.
Sable's there in a black outfit, but Sonny in the silver outfit was more my speed. I was a huge Sonny mark. So whatever Sonny did back then, I was all for, but it's clear to see why Sable became the superstar. And I'm looking forward to us covering her real soon here on the show. We haven't done a lot of personality profiles. That'll be a fun one. Next up, we've got Davey Boy Smith retaining the European title with a DQ win over Ken Shamrock. This is sort of the formula we're doing here, where Shamrock goes berserk and he chokes out Davey Boy Smith. All the officials are trying to break it up. Finally, he breaks the hold, but he gives Patterson, Briscoe, and 2 refs belly to belly suplexes and a huge pop from the crowd. Really a fun moment on the show here. And it doesn't hurt Davey Boy. He doesn't have to pay off the silly stipulation, but you're showing Shamrock, who's already got a bloody mouth, that, he's Billy Badass and he's ready for the big time.
Yeah. He's great in anger. That's what we were talking about earlier. The passionate Ken Shamrock, the emotional Ken Shamrock is a sight to behold. And, that's what we get. So that's what a lot of bookers look at this way. And I'm not disagreeing with them at all. That last memory of that match of Patterson, Briscoe, and 2 referees getting belly to belly suplexed is what we're going to remember. And it obviously worked because there was a huge pop that they didn't hardly care about during the match, but they cared about the post-match aftermath. It's much like we talked about the other day, Great American Bash with Flair and Funk having that 5-minute post-match aftermath. That's what people remember. The match was great, but they remember the post-match. The last thing they saw, they retained more prominently, and that's what you got with this deal. So I thought it was a nice presentation. I know Meltzer didn't like it. I think, what do you get? 3/4 star, something like that.
Yeah. He was not kind to it. He gave it a star and 3/4.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody's their opinion. So it's his opinion. I don't disagree with that. Everybody's right to their opinion. I thought it was a little bit better than that, quite frankly, but I love the ending. I love the exit was classic.
Let's keep it rolling. Talk about the next match here. This one is just sort of there for me. It's 9 minutes and 7 seconds. Los Pericos get a win over the Disciples of Apocalypse, the DOA. So we're big on gang warfare here. We get a brawl, but it's not very pretty. It gets half a star. Sort of is what it is. What do you think?
Too long. It went 9 minutes. And the previous match with Davey Boy and Shamrock, 2 guys that actually, had a story. It's more straight line. There's more symmetry in the booking. Got 7.5 minutes. So that to me was a tip off right there that there's mismanagement there on our part of laying the match out. It's funny to me where guys believe automatically, Conrad, that if they have more time, they will automatically tell a better story.
Right.
And that's just not true. I remember back in the 70s, this old guy helped me learn to referee, Leo Voss. What a great guy he was. Worked for Leroy McGurk. And he said to somebody said, well, what are we doing? He said, well, you're going to do a 10-minute Broadway. First match of the night was a 10-minute Broadway, believe it or not, 10 minutes. And the first match I refereed, 10-minute Broadway in Tulsa. And I didn't know what Broadway meant till I got to the ring, so I wasn't overly smart. I wasn't reading the Deserve back then, apparently. I don't know if he was around then to say what he wasn't. I'm being a wise ass. But that's just bad management on that situation. But I'd have had Bulldog and Shamrock go a little longer. And DQ is okay as long as you give me that exit. But the Los Pericos and the DOA, they were there largely to get a payday. and they deserved it because they worked all the house shows. They put in their time, did all the stuff. And then the big pop there was the whole gang stuff was when the Nation of Domination came through the crowd. It seems like coming through the crowd is almost an automatic layup pop.
Why is that, do you think?
Fans get close to guys before, either immediately before or immediately after, or both, a combat. They're close. They can touch. They can see. They can smell. So I just think that interaction, that closeness that you get when you come to a pro wrestling event, and because the talents are they got to be fan friendly. The smart ones realize you're an entrepreneur, pal, and if you ain't fan friendly, all you're doing is shitting on your customers. And what business in the world can manifest itself to any level of profitability by taking advantage of your customers and taking them for granted? Can't. It'll never happen.
Let's get to our main event, or the co-main event. It's really why we're here. The match everybody remembers most. It's not necessarily Undertaker and Brett. It's Steve Austin and Owen Hart. Steve Austin's going to win the match and the Intercontinental title from Owen Hart in 16 minutes and 16 seconds. They had the best match on the card, and Meltzer agreed. It was by far the best match on the card until the injury cuts it short. There's a spot here where they're trading sleeper holds. Austin uses a jawbreaker, and then he reverses an Austin move and drops him into a tombstone pile driver. And instead of going to his knees, he drops to his ass, and immediately you can tell something's up. Steve would write, I was going to win the Intercontinental title back from Owen on that night, and my stipulation for my challenge was that if I couldn't beat him and win, I was going to have to kiss his ass. And we'd really built that up on TV as a major deal. And it was another simple, easy to understand storyline. So the day came, and I'm talking to Owen in the back, and we're throwing a few things together for the finish of the title match. And I said to him, what if you do that thing where I come in for the elbow and you rotate your back and you pick me up and give me the tombstone pile driver, then you cover me and I'll kicked out before the 3 count. And he adds, Owen, I don't trust just anybody to do a pile driver on me. You can do it right. And Owen said, yeah. And he clarifies, you're going to your knees, right? And he said, no, I'm going to drop to my ass. And Austin says, well, you need to go to your knees, right? And Owen says, no, I dropped to my ass. And he writes, that's 2 times I said that. And I was thinking, I'm dealing with Owen Hart, the brother of Brett and the son of Stu. I guess he knows what he's doing. He's ribbing me about dropping to his ass instead of his knees. Owen is a hell of a technician. When he assured me I'd be okay, I took his word that I'd be okay, and I didn't think twice about it. I had mentioned my concerns to him twice, but in an inverted tombstone pile driver done the way the Undertaker does it, it's always the knees, not the ass. So I figured Owen's got it. He knows my concern. I asked him about it twice, and that's the big spot in the match. Eventually he sets the spot up. I spun Owen around. He lands on his feet and he picks me upside down, and wham, he drops straight to his ass. There's no room for me to protect my head. If you watch the videotape, my head's 6 to 8 inches below his ass. I weigh 250. He weighed 225 or thereabouts at the time. And with the jump up and impact down, man, I got spiked head first onto the mat, hard as hell. And that's one of the things that's going to turn you into a quadriplegic quicker than anything, like what happened to Christopher Reeves. It's called an axle load. It's not a whiplash thing, but a major impact blow to the spinal cord. And I remember when it happened, I was going to kick out at 2.5 or 2 3/4. And I was going to sell the pile driver, but kick out at the last second. But when I hit the mat, it was as if a big gong went off in my body. When that stuff happens, usually you go unconscious or get all groggy, but I stayed razor sharp. It was like I had super hearing. My legs straightened up and my arms bent up and my hands were frozen. And I remember kind of picking my head up from the mat and telling Earl, tell him, don't fucking touch me. I can't move. So he goes over to Owen and says, don't touch him. He can't move. And I tell him to buy me some time. And Earl gets the word to Owen, and Owen starts chanting to the crowd. Now he's going to have to kiss my ass, and he's buying time. And you can see all of this going by. When did you, ringside, watching this, realize Austin's fucked?
Right after he hit, because it was awkward. It was out of sync. Again, the knees is what you're looking for there on that move. And Owen was just a great river. And I'm sure Steve thought when Owen said, no, I'm going to fall to my ass. So no, I'm going to fall to my ass. he probably thought Owen might have been ribbon because, like Steve said, it was a key part of the match. But right after it happened, it just the body English told you everything you unfortunately needed to know.
It says a minute and a half go by and he could start to get the feeling back in his limbs, his shoulders and anterior delts felt like they were on fire. He said it took everything he had to bend his legs and try to get into a crawl position. But he couldn't crawl on his hands because he couldn't use his hands yet, but he had to get to the finish and he had to win. So he's crawling around on his elbows and he tells the referee, roll up for the win. And, he told Owen what he had called. And the next thing that happened is what he called the worst looking roll up in wrestling history because he can't use his limbs.
All right.
But Owen, gets on his back, he gets the 3 count and he kicks out right after 3. And Austin would say, why? To make himself look strong, like he was barely beat. That kick out hurt like hell too, and could have easily injured my neck further. I had wanted to get the match over with right away. And the only reason I called for the roll up rather than just laying there and let him beat me is because of the kiss my ass stipulation. By finishing the match the way it was supposed to go, I was doing everything in my power to be Stone Cold Steve Austin. What do you remember about this moment, the finish, the reaction backstage, the relationship? What can you tell us about this?
Very tense, very tense, Conrad. A lot of concern, and it's going to sound bad if I don't say this the right way. But you got to be first and foremost concerned about a man's health. But at the same time, you're looking at the guy that you see is going to be, unless he gets injuries, bite him in the ass, is going to be the biggest we ever had. And now that may be over. Just as he got started, it took him 7 years to get to WWE, territories, missed booking, underutilized in WCW. We all remember all those stories. But you know, he just thought, well, this poor son of a bitch is not going to live his dream. And, and we're all learning new things about neck injuries and different kind of surgeries and all these things. So he had a great surgeon, luckily in San Antonio, a fellow by the name of Lloyd Youngblood. Good dude. I met him. I was down there several times. And he's a hell of a doctor, big guy. And he took care of Steve and got Steve believing he could be healthy again. And he did. But boy, we didn't know. And then during that Steve's time off, I was in and out of San Antonio a few times. I'd see Owen at TV. He'd always pull me off the side. It didn't fail. And to ask about Steve. Because he knew I would be talking to him. Not just because of my job, but also because of our friendship. And so I tell him what, how Steve was doing. But he never said to me, if you think about it, tell him I said hello or tell him whatever. He never got there because that's kind of awkward. I know that Owen had kind of been reluctant about contacting Steve on the injury. And I don't think it was anything mean-spirited. I think it was strictly a matter that he was embarrassed. He was a heart. And to many people, wrestling equals the Hart family. And and Owen, unlike Brett would tell you, he never hurt anybody in his life in a match he had. That's a great thing to say. And he meant it, and he's true. Owen could never say that now because he not only hurt somebody, he may have ended the career of the biggest star we looked like we were ever going to have. So it was tense moments there because Owen had his friends and Steve had his friends, but the old veterans knew that if Austin got hot and could stay healthy, they're going to make a lot of money off the houses he drew, and that came to fruition. But boy, it was touch and go there for a while. And I know Steve was very, very angry that night. I mean, almost to the point of couldn't be consoled because he apparently his body was telling him, this is over. I can't do this anymore. And luckily he got over the shock and the trauma of that, got his surgery and got great care from Dr. Youngblood and came back and was able to squeeze a few more years out of it.
Yeah, he was. And we know that he's going to deal with this neck injury for the rest of his career. And it won't be too much longer. And we're done with him with in-ring action. But the big question here is what do we do with Austin now? And obviously this is going to be, a major thing for his career, because you guys had to sort of get creative with how you used him coming out of this, because nobody even knows he's going to be okay. I mean, Meltzer would say that he was taken to the hospital and they did an x-ray that night and the report came back negative, but then he had further testing done in Philadelphia and it showed that he had a bruised spinal cord. And when he got an MRI done, they showed that in football, it's what's known as a stinger, which would be trauma to the C4 and C5 vertebrae, but it's not a guarantee that he'll be able to return from this because he's had some nagging injuries before this as well. Do you think that, what type of effect do you think this really had on Owen? You said that Brett took great pride in saying that he never hurt anybody, and
go ahead. I'm sorry.
You just, Owen is almost universally talked about as being, cream of the crop, salt of the earth, nicest guy ever. But for whatever reason, this is like the only sort of sore spot in his career.
I think with strictly Conrad was a matter he was embarrassed. I really believe that. I believe that the family tradition, the great training that Stu helped his children to provide his children that wanted to wrestle. Brett and Owen weren't the only guys in that family that wrestled. And so I think that there was an embarrassment there. And sometimes you get in these situations where it's so uncomfortable, you're not sure what you should say. Obviously, it would have been much, and again, Brett said this many times. He tried to get Owen to make the phone call, but he wouldn't do it. He felt so bad about doing it, he didn't know what to say.
Right.
And it's hard to get mad at somebody if that's the reason that they didn't follow up with a phone call. Total embarrassment, humiliation. He felt like he let the family down. I'm sure that's how he felt. I really am. And he also knew from a standpoint of being in a territory that your guy that's going to be your top baby face, that's going to sell more merchandise and more tickets than anybody on the roster. If he's not there, the fact that he's not there to sell tickets is going to affect my income. All those big houses we've talked about in this show today, it was a team effort, but there's no way in hell that those $500,000 houses would be becoming prominent if Austin was not on the card. Just no brainer. So I think that's what that was. I never had any animosity toward Owen. It was a hell of a thing to have happen. But I never felt like it was ill intended, or obviously at the end of the day, Conrad, it was a little clumsy, I guess, awkward. It wasn't safe, and that's just not like those guys. Owen should have done it, going to his knees, called it a day, and we would be talking about this now.
It's worth mentioning that there is videotape of Austin doing a sit-out power bomb like this against Masahiro, not power bomb, but pile driver against Masahiro Chono over in Japan. And I think Chono was injured as a result. This is years prior. So, it was known at this point, at least to Steve, that doing it that way isn't going to be a good result. And of course we know that Owen passed away in May of 99. So less than 2 years after this. Yeah. Steve is out of action until Survivor Series, where he comes back with the Intercontinental title match with Owen. And for those months in between, man, he's really making the most of it. He's hitting a stunner on the Commissioner Sergeant Slaughter. He's hitting a stunner on Vince McMahon at Madison Square Garden and getting arrested. It's sort of weird because, it's fun to sort of what if Austin isn't injured here, you wouldn't have had to, as Bruce would say, program as much gaga that he stole from Pat Patterson. You might not have seen him stun Vince McMahon at Madison Square Garden. He would have had, not to say that the push would have went away, but it would have been handled differently. And maybe that connection with the crowd wouldn't have been as strong as it was because he had so many non-physical or non-wrestling matches, rather. Lots of talking, lots of promos, lots of beer drinking, lots of middle fingers, lots of arrests, lots of other stuff that can endear him to the audience instead of just bell to bell.
A lot like we talked earlier about Shawn Michaels being a referee.
Yeah.
and how that's going to play into their match with the Undertaker and Brett, is using your resources. Austin on television it's really a phenomenal thing. The fans just wanted to see him. Now, obviously, if he could be in a match, they'd like that maybe a little bit more. But the bottom line of that is that, as Steve would say, is they just were happy to see him. They're happy to see him walking and maintaining that attitude, that aura about him. So we just utilized him to whatever he could do, and doing a stunner on the right people was just absolutely money. Some of the biggest pops all night was Steve giving somebody a stunner and drinking beer, and it just worked. No rhyme or reason why did it work, because he was over. He believed in what he was doing, and so gosh dang, he steal the show, not even wrestle, and we damn near lost all that.
Let's get to our main event. Bret Hart is going to regain the WWF title against The Undertaker in 28 minutes and 9 seconds. Really, really an underrated match. I don't think this one gets talked about enough. If you're going to watch one match from the show we're covering today, this is the one. They tell a great story. I think it's some of Bret's best work. He's telling an incredible job, just a little nuanced things that he does. His facials, mouthing the F word throughout the match, putting the sharpshooter around the post. Fans that was
cool.
Yeah,
that was really the sharpshooter around the post. I'd never seen that, and it was just a unique little nuance. To obviously the sharpshooter alone is a very painful submission hold. But when we have to go in a kind of business for ourselves to assume what it's like having your leg wrapped around the ring post and then getting that hold applied. So I thought it was very innovative, very smart wrestling by Bret on that particular thing, especially.
Of course, there is a moment here in the match where, Bret's going to take a chair and hit the Undertaker with it, and he's going to motion for Shawn to make the count. Undertaker kicks out. Eventually Hart and Michaels start arguing, and Michaels notices the chair. Obviously he ramps it up. He starts screaming at Hart. If he uses the chair, he's going to get disqualified. And eventually, of course, Bret spits in his face.
Yeah. And did you see where it landed?
Yes.
Folks, go back and watch this match. It could not have been done more perfectly. It didn't go in Shawn's eye, but it went all over his eyebrow. Could not have been done more dastardly or accurately. And man, the look on Shawn Michaels' face tells a million stories. So if you go back and watch this match on the WWE Network or YouTube, wherever you choose, check that look at Shawn's face when he got the big loogie right in the eye.
And then Shawn swings the chair out of instinct at Bret, but Bret ducks and the chair hits the Undertaker. So of course, Bret makes the cover. Shawn very reluctantly counts the pin and storms off. Really, really great storytelling. And you can see sort of a behind the scenes on Wrestling with Shadows where Bret is discussing this match with Pat Patterson, and they're talking about how it would all be put together. It's fascinating to sort of see a peek behind the curtain, but I thought the storytelling in this match was really, really well done. It's Bret's 5th world title win. I think it's the first time the world title ever changed hands at a SummerSlam. And at this point it ties him with Hulk Hogan for the most world title runs in company history at 5. Pretty phenomenal finish. I love the match. I think this one is easily their most underrated. What'd you think?
Loved it. I loved the everybody carried their share of the water. Undertaker was Undertaker, the Phenom. Bret had a big stake here to win the title, the world title, WWE title, and that was a lot of writing on that deal. But Shawn Michaels' role as the referee in that encounter cannot be glossed over. His facials, where he was, his body English, all those things. Shawn worked as hard being the referee in a very unique triangle involving himself, Bret Hart, and the Undertaker, and that title. It was pretty damn amazing. So I really enjoyed that match, and I thought that Meltzer's rating on it was a little low, but that's me. I like the match. The thing about it for all of us, we're sitting there announcing this match, Conrad, and we're wondering how Steve is. That's where your mind was. And I don't say any disrespect to the guys in the main event, but you're wondering about how this guy is because he got dropped on his head. Can he walk? Can he move? What's going on? So that's kind of what was occupying at least my mind. And, but I thought this guy's had a great match. Anytime you got to follow something like that, where the audience really knows something's wrong, boy, it's challenging to get them to reinvest. But I'll tell you, and it took them almost a half an hour to transact their business. But between Sean and Brett and Taker, they kicked some ass, man. That was a slobber knocker of a match, restaurant quality all the way. And I couldn't call enough Bret Hart, Undertaker, and Shawn Michaels involved matches for my liking. Loved it. Great chemistry with all those guys. And they're all unselfish, Conrad. They sold. Everybody did their share. As I said, everybody carried their share of the water in that match, and it made it great.
Well, the next night, of course, we're going to get Shawn Michaels, or we're going to get Bret Hart rather to come out and strut that ass about winning the world title. And it's going to be announced that he's going to be facing the Patriot next, by the commissioner. Chat me up though. This is, I guess it's interesting, but we've seen a ton of build up for Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, and we're not going straight there. We're going to pivot to the Patriot and then Shawn and Undertaker. Was that because Survivor Series was always the plan with Shawn and Bret, or was it because, these guys just got in a fucking fight 6 weeks ago? We don't need to push our luck. Let's just let them wrestle somebody else and see how it goes.
A little bit of that. But I think the plan all along was to try to do the title change in Montreal. And, then people hear this, say, see there, JR said it. They're sticking up Bret's ass, the Canadian thing. Well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, folks. You got your right to your opinion, and I certainly appreciate it. I don't agree with that philosophy whatsoever. It was earmarked to happen in Montreal at the Survivor Series. It was earmarked to happen at the Survivor Series, no matter if it was in Montreal or Muskogee. That was a circle on the calendar. So that's what we were going to do. So, but I think that holding them apart makes the Survivor Series match bigger, Conrad, by not overexposing and putting Shawn and Bret back together. And remember, like you said, they'd had many other outings. They had some classic stuff, but don't give it to the audience to make them quote unquote pay for it at a pay-per-view was the logic there. So I think it had less to do with Montreal and had more to do with the Survivor Series than anything else. Because based on Bret getting ready to leave and exploring that opportunity, we didn't have a lot more opportunities until January to get something like that done at a pay-per-view that was befitting of that match and that title.
Well, it's befitting that we're covering Sable next week. We certainly gave you a little bit of a tease this week. Next week, this same time here on Grillin' JR, it'll be all about Sable. On the 15th, we're going to do a Q&A episode, our very first one, and those are always tons of fun. Check out our latest Love to Know episode with Bruce on Something to Wrestle. And don't forget, on August 22nd, we're covering SummerSlam 2009. I'm looking forward to that one because we haven't covered a lot of modern stuff. And that show has a lot of interesting stuff on it. A real quick refresher here. Your main event in a tables, ladders, and chairs match is CM Punk and Jeff Hardy. For the WWE title, we would have Randy Orton and John Cena. Then for the ECW title, we got Christian and William Regal. There's a tag team match with Shawn and Hunter taking on Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase. We've got Kane and the Great Khali, which is a main event anywhere in the world.
Anywhere, by God, anywhere.
JR Show. How about Big Show and Chris Jericho teaming up to take on Crime Time? MVP is in there with Jack Swagger, and Rey Mysterio is going to wrestle Dolph Ziggler for the Intercontinental title. So SummerSlam 2009 is coming at you on the 22nd. And then on August 29th, this ought to have some people talking. We're going to talk about CM Punk. What do you think we'll cover there?
Is he going to wrestle again? And is he going to wrestle again on the 31st at All Out? There's a million stories in the Naked City, and CM Punk certainly makes up a big one. And I don't expect him to ever wrestle again personally, but stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Hey, you got him out of his house to come do Starcast.
Yeah, and
nobody thought that was going to happen. So to say that he'll never wrestle again is ludicrous. I don't think that he will. Now, if you said, well, Jared, would you like to see him wrestle again? You're damn right. And I'd like to be calling his matches. That's what I'd like to do. And give him some time, the opponents, and the creative freedom to have fun again. Will he want to do that? I don't know. I haven't talked to him since he left WWE. But he's a strange guy. He's a unique cat, hugely talented, great mind. I can see him being a really cool color commentator in this genre or any others. And he's doing some MMA stuff as well. So that should be a real good show. Hey, Conrad, before we go today, I want to mention just for folks, it was a year ago when Jerry Lawler's son, Brian Christopher, died under mysterious circumstances in a jail cell there near Memphis. And Jerry filed a $3 million lawsuit against the authorities for wrongful death. And if you got a chance to hear our show and you think about it on Twitter or something, at Jerry Lawler, just reach out and say, hey, King, we're thinking about you, or, pulling for you, whatever. I'm sure Conrad would agree with that. He's a friend of the show. He's been my friend for years and years. He's just a hell of a guy.
Great guy. Gave you the shirt off his back. Couldn't ask for a nicer guy in real life or on TV, and just consummate professional. And that story, listen, it's fucked up and you can read all about it. But what's most important is that, a friend of our wrestling family knows that we got their back. So by all means, send some well wishes to at Jerry Lawler on social media. He'd love to hear from you right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I can tell you folks, when my Jan got killed, the social media world reached out to me and gave me a big hug. And I cannot tell you, I don't have the vocabulary to tell you how much that meant to me, and still does. So, I just hope that you'll consider that. And Conrad, very well put, at Jerry Lawler on Twitter. Just say, King, we're pulling for you, and he'll appreciate that. He's old school like me and Conrad. We're Southern guys. We appreciate a thank you and a thinking about you. Appreciate you. We all still appreciate that stuff. And maybe the country should do more of that too. Maybe, who knows?
Well, and in the meantime, tell your friends, check out Grillin' JR. Follow us on social media at JR Grilling. Make plans to join us in Charlotte. It's jrandconrad.com on August 17th. And then of course, September 29th, we're coming to see you, Rochester, and it's jimeffenross.com is where you can snag your tickets. And if you haven't already, you need to plan to be in Chicago Labor Day weekend. It's all out weekend for AEW, but it's also Starcast weekend. We've got John Moxley on stage with a live mic with Jim Ross. We've got Tony Schiavone sitting down with Cody Rhodes. And then of course we've got CM Punk with a live mic in his hometown. Man, you never know what's going to go down. It will be the most newsworthy convention of the year. You don't want to miss it. It's Starcast. It's starrcast.com if you'd like to pick up tickets and do some meet and greets. But if you can't make it, Jim, I don't know that me and you've talked about this, but when you order Starcast on Fight, or at least if you pre-order, you're going to get access to not only Starcast 3, which is 11 shows, and it's only $39. They're both live and on demand. But in addition to that, you get everything we did at Starcast 2, and you get everything we did at Starcast 1. So you get 1, 2, and 3 all included when you purchase 3 for just $39. It's like 70 hours of content.
That's awesome. That's a great deal. That's a value, folks. And like I said, Conrad and I are common guys, and we believe in treating you guys fairly because you treat us fairly. You listen to our show. You tell your friends about us. You're helping us grow our brand, and for that we appreciate. But you're going to see about how we price things and what the packaging that Conrad does is amazing. It's really amazing to me how he markets this stuff, and that's a great value. It's less than $4 a show for the new stuff.
Yeah. All told, it's like 67 cents a show. Just go check it out. It's fight.tv. That's FITE.tv, or just go to starcastonfight.com. And, when you pre-order, as long as you do it here in the next couple of weeks, you're going to get 1, 2, and 3 all included. And CM Punk, Cody, John Moxley with a live mic, man, this is going to be a weekend you don't want to miss. Plus all the other great stuff, a sit down with Sting and one with Dustin Rhodes, and a debate with Bruce and Eric, and a Taz show, and a sit down with the Bucks and Cody, and on and on and on. Whatever you're looking for, whether it's another JR and the King show or me and Tony Schiavone, it's happened at a Starcast, and you can check it out right now. Starcastonfight.com. We'll be back next week with Sable, and then we're going to keep the hits coming, man. And CM Punk at the end of the month, that's going to have a lot of people talking.
Yeah. Hey, Conrad, by the way, I got a lot of feedback on people mentioning that WWE is no longer carrying JR's barbecue sauces, ketchup, mustard, etc. And that's true. And it's not a shock. It shouldn't come to shock to anybody. I don't work for them anymore. So they didn't have to then. My point is that don't take it personally. Don't be mad at them because they're not carrying my product. I work for another company that's trying to compete for a slice of that wrestling audience. But the good news is that our friend Ryan Barkin in Chicago at Pro Wrestling Tees, he and I have been talking this week. It looks as if, it's a pretty good strong look, that Pro Wrestling Tees is going to become our distributor for our products, our sauces and so forth, beef jerky, seasoning. So stay tuned for that. I'll keep you abreast of that on my Twitter feed and Facebook and so forth. But it's going to become available to everybody, especially in North America, as I understand it. We're still working out those details. So stay with me, stay tuned, and we'll be bringing some big news on that front here sooner than later.
All right, that's it, everybody. Thanks for checking out Grillin' JR. Leave us a 5-star review, hit the subscribe button, and tell your friends all about the brand new format here on Jim Ross's podcast, Grillin' JR, with the voice of wrestling, Jim Ross, on the mighty Westwood One.